Okay, good morning. I'd like to call back to order the Finance and Economic Development Committee and Fiscal Year 2025-2026 Departmental Budget Reviews. Let the record reflect that all members are present. On the schedule today, we'll be hearing from Fire, Emergency Management Agency, Police, and Office of Prosecuting Attorney. As we do each morning, we'll take public testimony at the beginning relating to any of the departments or agencies that we're reviewing for today. Is there anyone in the audience, in the public, wishing to testify? Yeah, Tommy. I'll suspend the rules. This is on the budgets for Fire, Emergency Management Agency, Police, and Prosecuting Attorney.
Well, that encompasses a lot, and the first thing I want to say is Tommy Passarella, Kaua'i, Hawaii. Thank you. First off, I want to say a big aloha to everybody. I'm glad I don't have any warrants today. And I would love to thank everybody there behind me. We have people that save lives on a daily basis while putting their life on the line on a daily basis. That encompasses a lot of money. One of the things I would address would be having the best equipment, having the best salaries to attract the best people, having the best schedules, and encompassing the efficiency to serve the public. Safety is a huge issue when you talk about public safety, of course. Mental health should be put into that equation with helping the prosecutor's office deal with the epidemic of the substances that roll through these islands and addressing that issue versus making it a criminal act. A lot of times we need to address the addiction issue. So that way we don't. Recidivism is an interesting thing, and so is addiction. One of the biggest things with addictions is to break the cycle. I was addicted to a video game for 5 years until I threw my phone into the garbage New Year's Eve a year ago. I didn't play that game for a year. Health is very important, so if we could teach our young ones how to become healthier, how to eat healthier, that encompasses a lot. We're hitting about 15 different departments within the county and the state. I don't think we need to spend the incredible amount of money that's proposed at the state level for the correction center. And I think that we deserve our lifeguards. I'm glad that they make at least $25 an hour. They deserve every penny. They deserve the best equipment from our rangers who put their life on the line on a daily basis, just dealing with people that live in this community, or it could be from around this country. We don't know who we're dealing with sometimes. The main thing I would propose is to treat these people with dignity, to serve, to thank them on a daily basis. When I see somebody in a military hat, I salute them. When I see a vehicle with veterans plates, I salute that vehicle whether they're in the car or not. We need to do the same for the people behind us, including our prosecutors, including everybody encompassing all of those entities that incorporate. We need an efficiency to move forward, to publicly serve. I would say for our homeless people, I would love to see safe zones. We could set up tents, we could have beds, we can have food, we can have clean water, we could have internet, we could have free phones. And that could be done today with just donations through people like the people. Thank you. I know I hit a lot of different areas, but 3 minutes is the biggest thing I want to say is thank you, thank you, thank you to everybody behind me. I was a sheriff's officer in Jersey, and I want to thank everybody.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? If not, water rules are still suspended. We'll begin with the fire department. Someone wants to come up. Chief, you want to come up and just provide a quick synopsis? We'll ask any questions on the synopsis, and then from there we'll just go through each department through our budget.
Good morning. Chair, Council. Get the jitters out of my system and talk for a little bit before I start. But first I'll address, I'm very grateful to the attendance from our department today. Our budget is their budget. It comes from them. It comes from our cadres, our committees, operational teams, our bureau leaders. All that information is input into our administrative budget team, which is what we put in front of you today. So to cover this synopsis, this year's budget includes a monumental investment in first responder safety and operational readiness through our request for a $16 million 20-engine helicopter. This aircraft will dramatically enhance the safety of our personnel during high-risk rescues and fire operations by providing greater lift capacity, extended flight time, and secure transport for patients and our crews. Just as importantly, it now allows the Kaua'i Fire Department to maintain a dedicated backup helicopter, eliminating our current reliance on tour operators for critical support during maintenance and repairs. This is a turning point for our department's air operations and a long overdue step toward building a more resilient and self-reliant emergency response capability for our island. In addition to the helicopter request, our budget reflects targeted investments that directly support the safety, effectiveness, and readiness of our first responders. These include the replacement of 2 aging fire engines. The Kaua'i and Kaua'i fire engines are aged above their replacement date. In addition to that, our 3 reserve apparatus that we keep is down to 2 due to the failure of frontline engine 8 Kaua'i, which is 15 years old. So we're down to 2 reserve engines. Those engines sit at 21 and 18 years old, which is well beyond any expected life maintenance for emergency apparatus. We are also replacing end-of-life automated external defibrillators. We're investing in advanced training for high-risk operations and maintaining operational readiness through essential rescue equipment, lifeguard towers, and specialized gear. And last paragraph, each of these requests have been carefully prioritized to ensure that we can continue to deliver emergency services, enhance wildfire mitigation efforts, and protect our community with the highest standard of care. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Council Vice Chair Kaua'i.
Good morning. When I was looking at your charts right up front with the budget comparison from 25 to 26, I noticed that the benefits amount is up 2.4 million, so 15%. I know in a lot of the departments there was that standard line about wanting to be adequately positioned to meet future obligations with regards to the benefits, right? In KEMA, it was 8%. In KPD, it was 8%. But for you, it's 15%. I thought maybe this was something that upper management from the mayor's office or the budget team, they might have said, follow a formula and do X percent more than what you did last year because we're anticipating OPEB expenses. But yours seems inordinately high. So do you know what else is in there that makes that up?
I'm going to turn to a nod to HR and to Ken from Finance. I believe that's the anticipated contract, collective bargaining, contract increases, and possibly the health benefits.
Along the lines of the bargaining increases, though, if you look, the salary and wages only go up, 69,000, but the benefits go up 2.4 million. And I'm assuming it, like all the others, it has to do with OPEB, right? All the different retirement type expenses. But unlike some of the other departments, which was raising at 8%, yours is being raised 15%. So there may be other benefit items in there, and I just wanted you to tell me about them, generally.
Thank you, and I'm gracious to Ken for coming up. Thank you.
Hello, Ken Shimonishi, Budget Administrator. So one of the things we need to look at in the sworn personnel is that they have a significantly higher ERS contribution rate than the other regular employees, so to speak. That contribution rate is 41% of projected salaries, right, versus 24. So that makes a significant difference when we're moving salaries in that area. And then, as you mentioned, Vice Chair Cooley, we did embed that, allowance, so to speak, or try to hedge against any future, collective bargaining. And I would just ask if we could be cautious about putting out percentages and dollars that would try to indicate what we're doing on the, flexibility side. And if the council wants, again, that calculation, we can provide that under confidential cover.
No, I'm just sharing back the numbers that you provided us. So.
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cowden?
I want to thank the entire fire department, and I don't have too many questions because of the really quality briefings that I get to see every month at the Fire Commission. So I follow it pretty closely, but relative to the helicopter, and I support us purchasing it on our payment program, does the state of Hawaii plan to make a contribution towards our twin-engine helicopter? It seems like a lot of the rescues that we use for that really, are in-state Juliana.
Yeah. Currently, there is nothing in the works. In past legislation, there have been attempts to place a twin-engine helicopter for use.
Hold on, sorry.
For use by the counties. But there have not been any discussions of providing any subsistence for salaries or equipment currently.
Okay. I thought that maybe there had been a budget, something in front of the legislature, so I didn't know if it had passed or failed. We can kind of look into that, because it seems like they need to be our partner in this.
Yep.
So I appreciate, for example, them paying for KA with our ocean safety officers. Another question I have is, what's the status of the application that we did for that assistance to fire grant to purchase one Type 5 fire engine? I believe you applied for that in maybe January.
Yes.
When do we know on that? Because I'm wondering if that's in addition to these two replacement engines, or would it cover the cost of one of them?
Yes. So that was applied for and accepted and awarded.
Oh,
So
big yay.
We did. We are.
How much is that going to, the award?
$352,000.
Okay, not the whole cost.
So this will
Okay.
be the Type 5 fire engine, which are the Skeeter would be one of the vendor brand names. It was the
small
type,
truck?
Yeah, the type used by the Maui firefighters that actually saved several of their lives because it was large enough but nimble enough to cross over holes and push cars out of the way. So that'll be actually one of three that we'll be acquiring, which will take a couple years to get here. That's the one through the grant, and that's going to go to Kaua'i Fire Station. last year's budget approved the first of these type fire engines, which will be placed in Kaua'i. And the third was money reallocated from last year's budget from hazmat unit to another Type 5 brush truck at Kaua'i, or replacement part unit. So we will have 3 on order that should be here within 2 to 2.5 years.
So does that show up, that one show up anywhere on this budget? Or is it, because when it takes us 3 years to get it,
Yep.
do we pay for these fire trucks? I'm sure we have to put something up when we order them. Do we pay for them before, during, or after?
There are some savings if we could prepay, but on the grant one, for example, we would pay after.
And then when we buy these other 2, those are going to be financed as well, because they're over $250,000.
So this year's budget is going back to the lease again for the 2 proposed engines. Last year and the previous year, they were paid for in advance. Prior to last year, or prior to 2 years budgets ago, we were doing the lease financing as we're going to propose this year.
So when does the money go out the door for us? Before or after
After.
we get them?
After.
After. So when we're getting 2 new ones in, and it's in here, but the money starts flowing once we get the fire truck?
Well, I'm going to break away to Ken again if you don't mind coming out.
Because I just try to stare at it and try and understand
Yeah, I don't want to
how
miss.
that works. And I would have the same question, I guess, for the helicopter, how that,
Yep.
because it will take us, when are we getting our helicopter?
Rico Matsuyama, Mayor's Office. So it works. So we do the financing through a bank, usually a local bank. What happens is the equipment comes in, probably down the road, but what the department needs to encumber the money every single year. So whatever the balance in the budget is, they encumber that every year, even before payment is made, since it was ordered. So even though the payments don't actually start to the bank, they have the money encumbered from years prior, and so they can pay it. Sometimes there are true-ups that need to happen. I would imagine with the helicopter, it will probably be essential because we don't really know what the budget only includes an estimate, and so true-ups have to happen when the equipment is actually received and we know what those actual payments are.
Because I didn't see the 16 million on any page in here.
It's 2.5-ish million. That's the first year payment of the lease, the estimated first year payment.
Okay.
On page 144, it's like
144.
2.7 million.
Okay, because I didn't see 16 million. Okay. All right.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Council Chair Raposo?
Hey, thanks, Chief. I apologize for that noise coming out of my computer, but today is the first day that Huike is streaming live on their YouTube channel. So all of our council meetings and budget deliberations will now be, it's actually out, I was testing it, and that's why your voice came out as you were speaking.
And I didn't recognize it.
Well, I'm excited. Now people can watch our council meetings, committee meetings, and all these budget reviews on YouTube and not actually.
Sorry. You told me to make sure it comes up. You owe off lunch for that. I get lunch.
No, we gotta make soup.
Oh, soup.
Point of order, request for soup to be served today.
Oh, soup is on, okay. Those who can chiming in.
Point of order, Chair. I think that's now 3 soups. Point of order.
That's a dumb rule. Anyway, Chief, I know we'll get into operations and the budget, but you know, I think you may have heard my comments when we did the CIP regarding the helicopter, and from your predecessor, the discussion on a new helicopter we've always had that. It's always been on the wish list, and I fully support the twin engine because I think it just keeps our people safe and it just does a lot better job for us. But I was always under the impression it would be a replacement. And I heard you again just say that you're going to keep Air One as a backup.
So I would at least ask, it is going to take us up to 2 years to have that twin engine on island and operating. We've got to wait for the delivery time. When it gets here, we'll train on it and put it in service. Within those 2 years, could we just study to see what would be the best for us. The landscape, literally and figuratively, are going to change. Our response profile may be different. Maybe there will be multiple rescues on the same day, multiple fires on the same day. Someday in the future, now I'm getting way ahead of myself, and I might get dinged for saying this now, but eventually we would like to locate a fire station somewhere between Kaua'i and Hanalei. And part of that plan could include an additional rescue crew for the island, additional helicopters. We would have 2 helicopters, so we can respond in multiple force to onset of a wildfire. So just as a consideration, if we don't
No, that's fine,
decide
that's fine,
yet.
and that's what this whole process is for. When we get to the operations budget, maybe then you can help us understand
Okay.
what the maintenance cost will be with the additional, having the extra. But 2 years is a good window that we can assess what we actually need. Thank you.
Any other questions? Council Vice Chair Cooley.
In your narrative on page 4 begins wildland/brush fires, and then on 5 you mention something called a key initiative severity staffing plan, and then it's mentioned again below under operational readiness. With regards to the severity staffing plan, later it says partnerships with state, federal, and private landowners for fuel reduction projects. Can you share any what this is and what's been happening? And an example, maybe I would imagine with the state that could include what you're doing with the state DHHL in doing clearing and stuff in Anahola. But what is an example with private landowners?
One of the examples would be them doing lots of cutting back of the guinea grass and the overgrown vegetation on their lands. Across the island, I think there's a noticeable difference. Grove, Robinson, I mean, almost every direction you go, there's been lots of activity. And that's what I'm going to drift off a little bit, but it's the complete message that we try to promote is not one agency, not just the fire department, not Department of Forestry can handle the whole wildfire mitigation prevention efforts. Everybody does need to do their part, and the large landowners, for the most part, are taking the lead and running with the ball on that one. What's next for us is engaging the neighborhoods and the occupants of all their homes to start at their home by creating defensible spaces, hardening their homes with the wire mesh over any openings. That 5-area skirt around your house, so 5-foot diameter out, known as the initial hazard zone, to keep that free of any overgrown the statement is any vegetation, but obviously any dried out vegetation, all the wooden chairs, everything that's kindling for fire. When we do have a firestorm event, a wildfire with high wind-driven fires, it's the embers that we're worried about. The embers can travel up to 2 miles depending on the strength of the wind. The embers can be the size of golf balls depending on the severity of the fire and the strength of the wind and what material is burning. And it doesn't take any grass or halekoa or vegetation. It can take just one house. That first house on the row in a neighborhood could be on fire, and with the high winds driving it, it could start the neighborhood conflagration. And that's the concern. So the only way to have any battle against that is in the fire department, as we've seen in Los Angeles, Lahaina, Camp Fire, Marshall Fire. Hundreds of fire engines cannot put these fires out. But some homes can stand if they take these steps. It's not a guarantee, but it definitely enhances the possibility of the home standing. It has to do a lot with the arrangement of the house, what direction it's facing, how many windows or any door openings are facing the onslaught. If your house is positioned the right way, which we cannot plan for, we cannot plan what direction the wind is coming from, but all those things take an effect, and if you happen to have hardened your home and have a defensible space, you're greatly going to improve your chances. So, moving on to the severity staffing. So this is internally within the Kaua'i Fire Department. when we get the high wind warnings, red flag alerts, or any flooding conditions, our battalion chiefs have the ability to call in additional staffing. We can only put them where we have apparatus and seats to put them on, which for us is pretty limited right now because of the loss of some of our reserve fleet. Once these new fire engines arrive, once some of these new brush trucks arrive, we'll be able to strategically locate them across the island, have them equipped and ready, and they have 4 seats, so we could staff 4 extra firefighters in Waimea or Corolla across the island. We also have the 2 additional water tenders on order. Those will be 4-wheel drive. Those will have crew cabs so we can seat 4. That'll be the severity staffing plan, and we can fill those seats and existing what we have. So we ensure that every station is full. Instead of only having 3 firefighters, which we don't like to see at one fire station, we would at least have 4. And in times of severe weather, we would up that to 5. We have the current water tender we could staff, which is not staffed on a daily basis, and Air 1 and Air 2 when that happens. No, that was a joke. Yeah. But those are the plans. Did that answer the majority of
Yeah,
their questions?
and the fuel reduction part, that's primarily education and outreach. And you're getting private landowners to voluntarily do what needs to be done. You assess the areas and you tell them, hey, this is looking kind of bad, you better take care of it.
Yeah, and it's just so easy to say a lot of them are taking the lead on that. We have our next Kaua'i or community stakeholder meeting May 16th, and definitely encourage your attendance if you don't know
And
about it
this
already.
work is being done as a part of your regular work? Like there isn't somewhere in the budget where there's extra money put towards this extra effort, if you will?
No, correct. The only thing I could speak to that is we do have a multiple number of cadres and committees on our department. One of the newest ones is the Wildfire Work Group. It's a group that's been assembled to address the top 10 priorities that the FSRI, sorry, Councilmember Cowden for the acronym, FSRI, Fire Service Research Institute report, after-action report on the line of Maui fires. So we're addressing those top 10 priorities and the stuff like severity staffing plan and staffing the reserve apparatus and working with the community and the hope to develop fire-wise communities with our strong partnership with the Hawaii Wildfire Management Organization are the avenues which we would hope to drive those things.
Thank you. I have a different question. Give others a chance.
Councilmember Cowden had a follow-up.
I had a follow-up on the resilience. Thank you so much again for all the work that goes on and what we learned from Lahaina and Los Angeles fires. It's just the challenge when we have an urban fire with our PVC pipes shared with our fire flow prevention and our protection. So when the house pipes melt, we lose the ability to. So do we have a pathway on looking at that? And is any of the fire department coming to the April 22nd water meeting where we're looking at the infrastructure plan?
It's on my calendar now.
Okay, April 22nd.
Yeah, it's the water department. Our relationship with them is outstanding. They share with us what they're attempting to do. We know outwardly that they need $1.2 billion to make the system what it should be in this day and age. Our firefighters are very aware of the weaknesses across the island. That's where definitely where the water tenders are coming in to supplement that initial firefight, and that's why it's especially on the severe notification severity staffing, we want to front load as much as we can because we only have that small window of opportunity to make a difference in the beginning. Once we get behind the 8 ball, we cannot catch up sometimes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Holland.
Thank you. Nice to see you. A couple of things I noticed. First of all, thank you for your leadership. It's been really great working with you over the last couple months. I noticed a significant decrease in calls, and I just wanted to commend you for that because I really feel like at the end of the summary, the community risk reduction work. Do you feel like that's part of what's leading to that? Do you feel like the education and what do you feel has led to such a significant decrease in calls?
Because the drop was about the same in EMS calls and those fire calls at the same time. And year after year, COVID was such a wild card that threw things off, where things had a substantial drop. And in 2021, 2022, when I put together some information to kind of highlight the need for that additional fire station I talked about earlier, I had to project what the numbers would have been in 2022, 2023, and they ended up being what they are now. I mean, I think it's an anomaly that we dropped last year. I don't know if tourism, maybe the year before was a little bit of a spike. Maybe in the aftermath of COVID, we peaked, or we had extra people after Maui had to shut down. So there might have been a surge the previous year, but I have not been able to precisely say why we shaved down a little bit this year.
Okay, and then just related to the fire conversation that we're having, I've really appreciated your leadership on addressing the invasive species issues, and we've had great conversations about this, and addressing, the guinea grass and the new fire codes to create those safeties around those flammable invasive species. And we've also talked extensively about dealing with the coconut rhinoceros beetle infestations, and I appreciate your willingness to help support in some capacity. Do you think, given the fact that burning is such an important part of addressing this biological security crisis, do you feel that within this budget there's ample funds for you guys to do additional support for community burns such as that, should the need be approved and arise?
I will say yes, but it's going to take us some time. So currently, we do not have fire personnel certified as a burn boss or these type positions that are required to conduct a prescribed or controlled burn. Large landowners do have that training and experience. We work with them. Personnel at DNR, DOFA have that experience. So we're utilizing their experience to help the Wailua with that particular issue. It's an area that we've long discussed. Our current prevention captain, the previous captain, really wanted to embrace the ability to be able to do this, because we know the areas on a whole lot is such that burn frequently. 99.9% of the fires are human caused. Unfortunately for us, many of these are intentional. And unfortunately, we have no witnesses willing to work with our police department to provide who did it, so we can kind of put a stop to it. It would be great to be able to go in and do some controlled burns in those areas and back burns where there's not the threat when firefighters arrive. Firefighters arrive, they expect grass and trees are burning, and they're not wearing their fully SCBA protective to protect their lungs, which would be okay on a brush fire, but not on these. These have trash, vehicles, petroleum products, tires, couches, and we cannot breathe in that stuff. So if we can get that stuff out of the way beforehand, we're all for it. So I'll get back to the burning question. We need the training. We don't have currently a design for that yet. Maui Fire Department does have a really good, robust program, and they're definitely willing to teach and train us, but it'll take us some time.
Do you think we should be allocating additional funds for some kind of support on that over the next year, seeing that that's kind of coming up quickly? I'm also a little worried that community members are going to start just defying rules, and I've been in those conversations for the last few days trying to negotiate with the state to call some sort of emergency to fast track DOH permits for burning, but I'm preemptively concerned that people are going to take things into their own hands, and so I feel like it's urgent, and I know that you guys respond already to so much, but if there is capacity and that you need additional funding for that, I'd love to know and advocate for that, because I want you guys to be fully able to help and respond to that and ensure that we do that safely.
Yeah, we can come up with a cost and make a presentation.
That would be amazing, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cavallo.
Thank you. Just want clarification on the radio communication, that part of it, and fire station alerting. And you mentioned in here about new technology that would be incorporated. I just wanted to get clarification in that, because this whole thing with Wi-Fi and all that, going down to the North Shore. And so I just wanted to make sure, that I understood that and you have what you need to move forward on that.
No, thank you, Councilman, for that question. I'll break that into a few parts. Fire station alerting. So that we have listed down as $380,000. When a when emergency call comes in 911, call taker will take the call, and I have some help in here from KPD Dispatch, so if I get this wrong, please raise your hand and correct me. I know that they're severely understaffed right now, and I'll just paint the picture. A call comes in, call taker takes the call, and starts telling them somebody's having a heart attack at Home Depot, or sometimes it's hard to get direct information out of people, and as the call taker is taking the information, they can hit a few keystrokes. And if we have the correct software in the fire stations and then the hardware to funnel it in, with those few keystrokes that the call taker is taking, it could simply push engine 3, cardiac arrest, Home Depot. The station hardware will have visual screens and the audible speakers, which will work at nighttime when they're asleep or if they're outdoors performing yard work and maintenance, that they'll be alerted in these first 5 or 10 seconds with the Siri voice and the lights and the visual audible cues, and they can start responding. Currently, it could be as bad as the call taker is taking the call, needs to get that information. It goes to the person on the radio who's going to dispatch it. The person dispatching the radio could be dispatching another call and needs to complete that transaction or that transmission, or could be receiving information back from somebody else. So there's going to be an unintentional delay. They do put some information in. We have monitors in the fire stations through the current app, but there's one screen in the main room of the fire station that the firefighters will leave on, and if somebody happens to be in the kitchen or in that day room looking at that screen, they can see there's a call coming, and it'll sit on that screen before it's able to be processed through dispatch and come through our current speaker or our current radios. Recently we put out an app for the public and for our own use, the Pulse Point app. It's a tremendous success for us. So our responder is a professional responder version, which all of the firefighters have. It's available to the police officers, AMR personnel. We've given it to DOFA, DLNR, lifeguards. So the version that we have, every call will come up. So as soon as the dispatcher puts in the completed information, we can see the call on Home Depot, it's a cardiac arrest, and it'll be sometimes 1 or 2 minutes before that call comes on the radio. So if the firefighters are out doing training or doing an inspection, they're only going off that radio traffic. But the ones that happen to be using Pulse Point now, which is not mandated by us, it's an option and it's voluntary, are getting a head start on the call. So the station alerting system, the hardware is about $35,000 to $40,000 per station, is going to be Pulse Point, not that brand, but for the fire station. So it'll be effective, again, at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 24 hours a day. And it should make, it could potentially, I'll say, make a 1 to 2 minute difference in our turnout and response times.
So that would be the 308 and the 225 total. Right?
That's the 300. Yeah. Okay, so that addresses the fire station alerting system, the comms. So out of the 1102 budget, $170,000. Annually, we try to replace about 10% of our radios that are online. The radios that our firefighters using are up to about $13,000 each now. These have the new technology where they work off 3, I cannot think of a technical word. So they work the old way, radio antenna, but they can also work off of, he's in here, I just haven't brought him up yet. But they also work off of Wi-Fi signal or cellular. So it'll pick the strongest one always. And so that's a necessity for us. So that $170,000 buys us 11 handheld radios and 3 vehicle replacement radios for the new vehicles coming in. The third piece is going to be, maybe you're alluding to the lack of cell coverage, Hyena and KA. There have been ongoing meetings. So AT&T, FirstNet, they're required under state or even federal contract to provide this network across the United States. That is a gap that they haven't fulfilled yet. And there was a proposal in Hyena, and it was a controversial site to the people that live there because it's in their backyard. And so my stance is we need coverage in that area. I'm not saying that is the right spot, to that foot. It has to be in somebody's bedroom or backyard. We do need it in that area, though. And ongoing There are meetings ongoing about that, and it has not been resolved yet.
I have a follow-up on that.
Councilmember Bolosan first. then-
For a follow-up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You basically answered most of the things I was asking, which was also wanted to get a quick briefing on Pulse Point. I just want to share, though, about 3 months ago, I had a guy running past me, and I was asking, hey, do you need help with anything? He's like, no, I just got a call on Pulse Point. And it was literally like 2-3 minutes before the trucks and the sirens came out, and it was just amazing to see how fast people were responding, and that it was an off-duty person that was just willing to care. And so I know this is something that we wanted to implement 2-3 years ago, and I'm glad that you guys put on. In this contract, is it just for the year, or is it a multi-year contract? Is this going to allow us to keep that? Because I think it's an amazing.
Yeah, Pulse Point, our goal is to continue that, and that's about 10,500 subscription for us yearly. We are yet to find an event. If we get the budget approved for the fire station alerting system, it'll go to invitation for bid, and or request for proposal. So we do not know yet who the vendor will be. Pulse Point does not offer that product, but there's several vendors we're familiar with that'll be able to lead us in that direction.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cowden.
My follow-up was on FirstNet. So Kima had a presentation to us not too long ago where they're getting these like small mobile units that they can put in a truck. Is that something, like you work with Kima a lot, like is that something that can, if it's stored, like one of them can just be set out there in a building that the county owns or anything like that?
So I will, if he sees me struggling, Captain Mokwa, he's welcome to walk up, but we do have in our budget to purchase 3 of these portable, is he coming? I'll let him describe what it is, but I'll ask for the guidance whether, because I don't believe these are going to be permanent fixtures. I apologize for leading it this way, but for me, the value of having a permanent cellular signal would be for the public. It's for first responders. It gives us priority in the fast lane, and that's great. But it's for the public. It's for our 13-year-old niece that's stranded on the beach in KA, and her only way to call is by cell phone. Cell phones don't work. And a permanent solution is what's needed. I'll let him speak to the portable. Mine was more dramatic, though.
So the question was a portable unit
Those
on the fire
portable
engines.
units, because I was pleased when Kima was able to get these portable units, and it seems like really kind of need one up in Wainiha, probably need one in back of Waimea Valley. I mean, it's not like just that area who's resisting are the ones without cell phone. There's a number of places without cell phone coverage. So those portable units, where it's not going to be so expensive and so high impact and so emotionally resisted. You're getting 3 portable units? Is that what the chief just said? The FirstNet.
CRDs. Sorry, Michael Mokuahi, Kaua'i Fire Department Training Bureau. We're working on having a CRDs, which are these little bit larger units.
What does CRD stand for? Do you know?
Compact Rapid Deployment Device.
Okay.
And those are awesome, but they're hard to move around and to have them locked down to a fixed facility would require quite a bit of work and infrastructure. But for the high-powered user equipment, I believe that's what you're referring to. Those are excellent pieces of equipment which we'll be trying to get in the near future, but I wouldn't consider them safe for fireground operations. We call it because the connections aren't foolproof, right? And we're relying on technology in these remote places. Basically, we'd be relying on satellites, and if there's any type of coverage, rain or clouds, that connection is in jeopardy.
Okay.
That concerns us.
Okay.
We'd rather have a line of sight or localized radio coverage via cell or our county system.
Okay, thank you.
Council Vice Chair Cooley.
You know, on this fire station alerting, so you're basically saying it's still tied to 911 calls, right? So somebody calls 911, there's a fire. While they're telling the dispatcher about a fire, are you also somehow being notified by something lighting up that there's a fire and where it is?
That's what this advanced system can do for us.
Can do.
Yeah.
And you said 35 to 45,000 per station, 380,000 will cover all the station. It's a one-time put the system in charge
For the hardware, correct.
for the hardware, and then the software is minimal, the
Correct.
annual subscription or whatever. Like you said, Pulse Point was only 10,500. All right, then I have a new question, but I'm not done on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So one of my two new questions is, what kind of time, effort, or resources are you putting behind the recruitment of women for jobs in your department? I know you remember during the campaign, one of the forums was asking us this question, and we got some information from you back then. And then I wanted to go further and say, would you be able to utilize a minimum investment of say like 35,000 or 50,000 specifically for this purpose, and how would you use it? Or should we work with HR on this, or get you to work with HR on this?
No, thank you for the question. At the moment, HR would be the advocate, and we fully would want to work with them on that. I've been familiar with other fire departments that have had personnel in the department that championed these, and they would hold seminars. And we found that just opening up the room, letting people come in and listen was enough to inspire them. They were bashful. They just don't want to take the test and be afraid of failing. And the message we put out, don't be afraid to fail. We test 100 and if we recruit approximately 150 every year, half show up to the written, so we're already down to 75. Less than half pass the written test, so we're down to 30 or less. And of that, about a third drop off that do not pass the physical. And this is all candidates. But the more we can open recruitment, whether it's for a specific group or high school students, just start getting them to think about the future. We just need to get more people in the room. And I think we have been probably just coasting on the last few years. That fire department traditionally has had really good recruitment numbers. Unfortunately, ours are dropping, but it is in line with the other islands. We're a little bit on a lower level just because of our population is a little bit lower. But to stop talking so much, I will tell you that yes, HR, and we will definitely work with them on this.
Councilmember Kaua'i.
I just have a follow-up on that. But no matter who the candidate is, they're all held to the same standards of stamina and strength, right? Because that's really,
Yes.
it doesn't matter the gender necessarily, but it does matter the stamina and the strength. I think you're hanging from a helicopter, pulling somebody up. You need, no matter who it is, somebody very strong. Yeah.
Then my other question kind of fades into that too, because when you talk about recruitment, in fact, you guys have been very successful because with such a large department, do you know what the total amount of employees you have in the entire fire?
In fire,
Rough,
225.
225, so that's quite a bit. But with 225 employees, all you show on the vacancy report is 4 positions. So I would say that you're incredibly successful in filling your position, in once having people hired, keeping them hired. I mean, I wish all our departments were as successful as you. I mean, 4 out of 225, that percentage is probably easily the winning percentage, So what would you say, how is it that you're having this kind of success?
I just happen to be sitting in the chair at the 4-year period that this has happened. I love the people of this department. I do everything I can to support them. And I will tell you, last year we had 5 or 6 employees that are eligible to retire and were seriously considering retiring, and they did not. And, you know, I cannot say that's because of morale or our equipment or the training or if they just needed the money. But I would think that if things were really, really bad, they would have stepped away. I cannot attest that it's anything I'm doing. I just happen to be in the chair while times are good.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Kaua'i.
Yeah, I have a follow-up on that. I want to talk about our ocean safety officers for a moment. And like we've said on this floor a number of times, they're kind of the bull riders of the county. You know, certainly people hanging from helicopters as well, but a lot of recognition for the stamina and courage and risk that goes out sometimes when they're going out in the water in these very difficult rescues. We gave them a raise. We worked hard to do that. They got a raise. I believe that was for our last calendar year. Is that correct? So did you find that made any difference in your retention or ability to recruit? Because it seems that people go in the ocean safety and then they go to fire because they get paid better. And how is that, you know, how's that influence on the pay increase? Has it kept people happier and more willing to?
No, thank you for the question, and I'll be careful with the answer. I know that both bargaining units are currently in negotiations, you know, one if not both are
right
on
now.
arbitration.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would let HR speak to that. But I want to wholeheartedly agree with you. We put them in the most dangerous positions, and it's not us putting them there, it's the people that don't make good decisions sometimes. Sometimes it's misfortune, wrong place, wrong time, or you have a heart attack in the wrong place. But it's a shame when people go somewhere intentionally when they know they're not supposed to be there, and when we have to rescue them because they're too tired to come back or unwilling to use their own strength, is putting our personnel at risk. And we have a process to recoup our man-hour costs, which in the big picture is not a lot of money, but it is hard to prove that they did it with malice or, and I'll just give an example. Sometimes the calls come in, we can't come back, who can come get us? Well, this is 911, only if you're sick or injured. That same person will call back later, ankle hurts, knee hurts, or back, and then now we just cannot prove that it was a lie, right?
So that's a different question than I was asking, but thank you for answering that one. The question I was asking is, do we have greater retention within our ocean safety officers happy to stay on the beach as opposed to in the fire station, like instead of a constant move? I mean, I'm sure for many with age, there's a need to move anyway, and it's good to have our fire officers have that experience. But did the pay raise help keep people in that position? Are you having stronger retention, or is there still a lot of movement?
I don't think there's been a change due to salary yet.
Okay.
I think the equal number of applicants that are ocean safety officers wanting to come to fire operations has been about the same year to year. In the last 5 years, I believe only one has transferred over. They have to go through the same written test process. This past year, we had another candidate, but we didn't have enough positions, so he was not selected. There, in the last few years, have maybe been one or two that have left us before a retirement age. But I know one of those candidates or employees was to aspire to become an EMT. Okay. And so those were the reasons. So yeah. I'm going to carefully hand right now.
Okay.
Council Chair Raposo.
Thank you, Chief. I want to go back to what you said a little while ago regarding the charging of the fees. And right now, we can only charge for personnel time. What will it take? And I think we've asked this before, and I just don't remember.
Yeah.
What would it take for us to be able to charge for the helicopter time, the actual equipment, the fuel, and all of that?
And I would have to lean on one of the. Thank you for the question. I would have to go back to the email. The attorney at the time, Stephen Hall, gave me the excellent explanation. It was the use designation of our helicopter. So for rescue, search, emergencies, if anybody in the room knows this answer, come up. If we were to charge, it would be like a taxi, and we would lose our exemptions from doing the rescues and the hoisting, or not hoisting, we do not do now. We do the line, short haul. But we would lose those other abilities if we were to charge for the helicopter. It's the body or the usage of it per hour or say.
That was an older opinion though, right?
That was, 18 months, I'll say.
Oh, is that
Yeah.
all? Was
Yeah.
it the current county attorney's office?
Yes, because we did, last year, we had 2 incidents within this 18-month period that we did bill and collect from 2 separate incidents. And that's when I was giving the explanation about the helicopter usage.
Yeah, I know other states do it, other municipalities do it, so I'm not sure how they do it, and maybe we just gotta dig a little deeper out.
I could run it again and see if I get a different opinion.
Yeah, I'll actually run it to our national association. It's easier for them to compare the different jurisdictions, because that doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's not hardly a deterrent. What does it amount to? A couple $1,000 bucks?
1,700, yes, and with helicopter, it would increase about 1,500 or 2,000 per hour.
Yeah, and that's where we need to be, because if I don't want to hike back out of Hanakapi or Kalalau, it's not a bad price to get airlifted out.
Everybody agrees.
Yeah, I mean, and it's, for me, it's the danger that they put our guys in. It purely comes down to that, nothing else. We don't make money off of them, but bad things can happen. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Holland.
Thank you. One other question I have, I kind of went through this in detail line by line last night. I noticed, funding put aside for updated uniforms and such. I'm wondering if we have funds or a plan moving ahead to limit the exposure of PFAS with our firemen. I know that historically both the uniforms that we've received and also obviously the exposure from training and stuff, and as this becomes more and more of a common conversation around the country with fire departments, I'm just wondering if we've allocated funds to either move in a way of reducing their exposure or anything along the lines of thinking about that exposure for our firemen and women.
Yeah. So in the production, thank you for the question of this uniform even, and along with our the PPE, firefighters turnout that they wear. In order to give them the water repellent so that everything doesn't soak through, it goes through a chemical process that contains the PFAS. Our current set of PPE for firefighters, structural turnouts, is just about $3,000 for a set, so the pants and the jacket. These PFAS-free ones are still being engineered right away, and they're up to $10,000 per set. We don't have them readily available to us. It's not in our current plan to switch to those. Us and with the entire state are waiting to see where the direction goes and what's going to be recommended by NFPA, National Fire Protection Association. It's worth every dollar. One thing that we do is we provide every firefighter 2 sets of the turnouts. When they're exposed to the products of combustion and the structure fires, and now with the brush fires that have stuff in them, all those contaminants have toxins, cancer agents that we can't wear the turnouts again until we have them cleaned. And so that's where the second set comes in. And so for us, at $3,000 a set, 2 for everybody, 130 people is, and they have a shelf life of 10 years. So at year 7, we start the process to buy another set. So we'd be looking at tripling that money. But we are alert that that's going on. In the state of Hawaii, the fire departments have not switched to these new turnouts yet. But we're on notice that we know it needs to happen, and we'll go down that road when it becomes readily available to us.
Yeah, I'd love to see some of that in the budget eventually. I know probably not this year, but next year, looking at whatever we can do to reduce that exposure for our fire peoples. Thank you.
Councilmember Cotton.
I have a question about Community Emergency Response Team. Thank you for the response that I got from Kaua'i Emergency Management. That, has the potential for being a really positive element in our community, and I like what I heard is that there's going to be grant and aid set aside, so well-motivated communities can take the initiative. Maybe it wasn't working as well for the fire department to try and recruit, but for communities that have a plan to have the grant and aid, and just a reasonable amount to get their equipment together. I don't know if that decision came after this was written, the budget, and it would be on the supplemental budget, or did I miss it? Is it already in here?
No, thank you. So for us, the CERT trailer still exists in Princeville. There are two community neighborhood associations in Princeville, and then also there's a nonprofit, North Shore Give, who are actively keeping that inventory on that first aid supplies and everything on that trailer stock. And so we've been carrying a couple $1,000s in our budget to help them with the replacement of those supplies. And we, Maylet Garces is the representative that we speak with. We, several meetings with her, Kima, Elton, and Saul, and Chief Saul and myself. And the answer we're trying to find is somebody that can be the new director of CERT. And the nonprofits are more than willing to fund that position. But as much as the struggle it has been to find somebody from our own department willing to run a program like that, because it takes evenings and weekends, that's when the volunteers are available for training, that's the time where if our firefighters aren't on duty working, they want to be with their families. And that's how we lost our lost director, because he wanted to be with his kids while they were growing up and not miss those events. We had thought we had identified some retirees that would have been perfect to be a CERT director, because it's not a full-time job and they can craft the hours to themselves. So we're continuing that relationship to help her or any organization find the right person to run that. I think in combination with a FireWise community, this could be something that can join together.
Yeah, I might not have really interpreted it as well, and we can hear when Kima comes up, but if there's even just a seed money that motivated communities
Yep.
that are rising up, because it'd be good to have one, I would think, on, each of our real populated areas or around the region, so that they're able to kind of help really show that they're ready and able. So I could probably ask that more heavily under, he's nodding his head.
But yeah, we'll partner with them. We would love to.
Okay.
Any other general questions or questions on the synopsis? If not, we'll move into the budget. We'll start with the admin budget. Do you have any questions for the admin budget? Councilmember Holland.
I see that overtime has dropped off significantly. Am I correct, or am I reading this wrong? It was 103,000 in 2024, and then dropped to about 70,000.
This is just in 1101.
Yeah, page 129, 1101.
Yeah. So this is for the admin staff and the mechanics. So this is not all operations.
Right,
It's just
okay.
our administrative staff.
It's a nice decrease.
So that's a
Thanks.
good thing.
Yeah, good stuff.
If the deputy was available for overtime, it would be really high.
Any other questions on admin? Council Vice Chair Kaua'i.
Yeah, on master page 131, where we start seeing the positions. The first vacant position, accountant trainee, vacant since June 16, 24, 272 days. What is your plan for this position? It said on the vacancy recruitment status, in the report says applicant declined. So are you restarting recruitment and trying to fill this position?
That is absolutely correct. And we had another, each process has taken 2 to 3 months, and we had another applicant selected, offered, and we just notified yesterday they withdrew, so we're going to be starting again.
And then I do notice that the budget range is 49,860 to 71,016. So you have no one in-house to promote to this. You are looking for somebody new, and you will start them at the low end of the range.
Correct.
Yeah. Then the other position, vacant position right next to that, more recent, just this December of last year, secretary, position 700. You have it also budgeted as the low range, the starting, but under recruitment status, it says no activity. So are you intend to start activity and get it recruited? And
We do. We're working with HR to reclassify that to a clerk position so that we can get more bang for our buck. We can get a person that's more versatile, can handle some different responsibilities, and we can prepare them for upward mobility, whether within our department or another county department. You know, we had a secretary, and that was great, but that secretary had nowhere else to move to. And so this next candidate, whoever that's going to be, we want to be able to give them some opportunity to do other things or to grow.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have on that page, sir. No, Chair.
Any other questions? I have a question on the collective bargaining, the annual physical, $125,000. What is that for?
So, by contract, by the collective bargaining agreement, we are mandated to provide an annual physical saying that they're fit for duty. With firefighters and the PFAS and all the chemicals they're exposed to, there are standards out there. There's NFPA, I believe it's 1562, you know, the standards for firefighter for physical, annual physicals and exams. And the recommendations are to, you know, test their lungs, test their heart, test their blood to the capacity that we can afford for any precancerous signals. We do ultrasounds on 10 different organs of the body to check for some common cancers that are, or cancers that are common, more common in firefighters than the rest of the public. And so that's the higher cost. I believe from anywhere $500 to $700 per firefighter is what we're spending now. We're currently under a 3-year contract with a vendor that's doing this, and it has been a huge success. We've had several individuals that, you know, were directed to, something was found and they followed up with their primary care physicians. This program, the same vendor that we use, was adopted by Maui Fire Department and also PMRF. Maui Fire Department claims that it has saved 2 of their members' life for the pre-diagnosis stuff that they had found. So,
And so they come to the fire station and do the
yes,
tests
they
on
do.
them?
They come here and conduct all the tests on property.
Okay, thanks. Good. Any other questions from the members on the admin? If not, we'll move on to fire operations.
Position.
Council Vice Chair Cooley.
So, starting with master page 138, you see all those positions are filled. In general, I noticed that you have 8 stations that have 15 employees, and all stations are fully staffed except for Anapepe that has 2 vacancies. But there's also a 9th station, one station with only 12 employees, and they are fully staffed. And there's also 2 stations that are called Lihui Fire Station. So there's Lihui Fire Station Suppression, which has 15, and Lihui Fire Station Rescue, which has only 12. What is the difference between those 2?
Yep. Thank you for the question. Can I go backwards first to the last question? Can
Yeah.
I be remiss
Yeah.
back on firefighter physicals if I didn't add? Prior to us buying on our own money this new vendor, our grant committee was allocated EFT award for a little over $100,000 to pay for the first round of these physicals. So that's what made it a success, and that's why we asked for budget that following year. If I didn't get that out, I was going to feel terrible, so I'm sorry. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for that.
So Lihui Fire Station, so Engine 1, Hanalei, Engine 2, Kapa, and then going to Engine 3, Lihui are staffed the same. So you have 5 members assigned to that unit every day. 1 captain, 1 firefighter 3, and 3 firefighters. And that is built in to account for sick leave or vacation time, because when the dust settles, we like to have 4 at work every day. So there are some days that all 5 show up, but we might be low at another station, so if they have 3, we move somebody over. The reason the second unit at Lihui only has 12 is that's Rescue 3. So Rescue 3 only has 1 captain, 1 firefighter 3, and the 2 firefighter 2s, which are the technicians. So at Lihui Rescue 3, they're rescue technicians. At Kaua'i, the firefighter 2s are hazmat technicians.
Where's the
that
location
explains
of
that.
those two? I mean, obviously, you know, there's Rice Street right here, right?
Yeah.
And the other one is,
Kaua'i, and that's staffed with 5 each day.
you don't call that Lihui, right?
No.
So what is Lihui Fire Station Suppression versus Lihui Fire Station Rescue? 2 separate?
Yeah, they're housed in the same station.
Oh, okay, okay.
But the fire engine is.
They are
guys.
physically in the same location?
Yeah, and the rescue is.
Okay, I get it now. Sorry. I thought, because the airport is state, right? That's not another fire station.
So can I just follow up on that, just for clarity?
Cowden.
I mean, all the fire stations do rescue, but they're the people who go on the helicopter?
Yes.
So that's the main thing. And if they're needed doing something else, like the helicopter's not up, do they go help something else? Or they need to be available to be on the helicopter?
They will respond to other calls in their district, medical calls, they go to structure fires, they respond out of district to back up the other crews, motor vehicle accident, they respond to all calls.
But their primary responsibility is the helicopter. Okay.
Okay, finishing up on the positions on master page 140, the 2 vacant positions at Hanapipi Fire Station. So one is fire captain, which basically just went vacant. So eligible list referred, so you're starting to recruit that person.
Yes.
Is that a position that potentially could be a promotion from within?
That is.
Then you'd have to
exactly,
recruit for the other position that
Yep, the process
ultimately was vacant.
Yeah, it's currently underway. From an established promotional list, we have made the offer last week to a firefighter 3 that will become a captain, and there's a firefighter 1 out there that will become a firefighter 3, and so that'll create 2 firefighter or 1 firefighter vacancy that we'll need to recruit for next
And
year.
the only other vacancy is position 775 firefighter trainee, just went vacant in January, and it has the same eligible list referred, so you're
Be next
getting that
class.
one filled too.
Yeah, we'll get there next recruit class.
Thank you, Chair, that's it.
Any other questions? I think you already answered the one question I was going to ask about the helicopter pilot contract. It stayed the same, and that's because the helicopter that we're ordering isn't going to come in for a few years, so the maintenance contract wouldn't change until that actually happens.
Yeah, we're in year 2 of a 3-year contract.
Any other questions? Operations?
I actually have a question
Councilmember Cowden.
on 144, just about our urban search and rescue, and I see that we have our equipment. How's search and rescue doing? Earlier this year, we had some concerns from some of the community. How are we staying pretty solid, our whole search and rescue? I know there's a conference coming up soon. I was writing some letter of support for that.
No, we have our cadre. That's our cadre director that runs that training. They run rope rescue training. They do the advanced rescue rope training, and then they teach the USAR skills to there. We do not have a designated USAR team, but those we try to mimic as much of the training specialized as we can through that group.
Okay, thank you.
You might have said this earlier, but so the new helicopter is on lease and it's 7 years? The 2.7 million for this year is just the lease payment for this year. And the estimate is 16 million over 7 years.
Yes.
And then, so after 7 years, what happens?
We will own it outright.
Oh, okay.
It'll be paid off.
Okay. Then the only other thing also there on master page 144 is the tractors and other heavy equipment, I guess, line item was 2.1 million last year, and it's only $1 million this year. So what changed? What happened? You got what you needed last year?
Last year was the bulk order. Everything we ordered last year was paid in bulk, and some carried over lease payments from prior years. But this year lower because we're doing the financing.
So you're saying all this equipment is coming in where you can put the apparatus and whatnot. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we'll move on to prevention. Councilmember Holland.
I have something that I was thinking about last night when I was going through this that I wanted to share. As you know, I've spent a huge part of my life going back and forth to Australia and grew up with fire consciousness just because it's a part of life there. And we have rural fire volunteer brigades in every community. And I know we're such a small community that maybe that's not relevant, but I was thinking like kind of how there's like JROTC kind of programs. If they're, and this isn't for this budget under prevention, but just something I was thinking of that I've seen work in other places that inspires high school students to learn about fire safety, and like a program that would raise an interest in the next generation, joining the fire department, or just helping to spread like a overall understanding of how to reduce fire in the home, and then those like just kind of from a community ground up kind of thing. And I know there's not specifically anything that we worked on, but I would love in the future to see if we could invest in some sort of program as part of fire prevention that lifts up some sort of volunteer response. I mean, I know you guys are fully staffed, which is great. When we look at the police budget, there's so many different positions open to fill. So at least we're dealing with like what seems like a full fire department. But that would be an incredible program, even for police and fire. Really, like a junior. Just something I wanted to share that I was thinking about.
Yes, the dream scenario would be that, and we've tried to make this happen. We get burdened by other projects and tasks and training, and it falls off. But I mean, it's even on here still, junior firefighter program. So the dream is to go into the elementary schools, have a junior firefighter program, work with them for a week, maybe during spring break. And if I have somebody in the room that wants to speak about this, you're more than welcome to come up. And then we graduate that up. We call it something different in middle school. We call it an explorer post when they're in high school. So we're grooming them to come up and eventually be recruits for firefighters. Ocean Safety has already figured this out with junior lifeguard by having a problem, program and getting them involved. So we have, the wish has always been there. We do put a few $1,000s in overtime budget in fire prevention to try to get this program going. But other things like wildfire prevention come up and they take us away from that. So that is a dream. And when it gets to, so volunteers. So that's where the CERT would be so valuable. Newport Beach Fire Department runs a CERT program, but they call it Fire Brigade. And it's more directed toward saving a neighborhood if fire's coming, doing these, like I talked about that 5-foot perimeter around the house. When fire's coming, these brigades go out and they prep the houses. They pull away all that debris. They, make sure there's no dead leaves and pine needles on the roof. And they need buckets and hoses to help wet down the neighborhood they can. But maybe the terminology of fire brigade sounds better than CERT team, but then it's not just fire that they're doing. So we definitely have had the aspiration to do this and just have not been able to pull it off completely.
I was thinking too, because of the increased need of possibly like back burning and controlled burns around coconut rhinoceros beetle, I was thinking that if there was people trained up in the community, because there's all kinds of people responding, oh, I know how to burn, and I was like, yeah, you know how to light a fire, but like that's not necessarily like knowing how to safely burn, stuff. So I just was thinking, wow, if we could like activate these people rather than stretching your capacity, so you guys can continue. Because I was just trying to think outside the box of how we could get that extra support without taxing.
That would work.
Yeah.
Any other questions for prevention? not, we'll move on.
I have one on 148.
Oh, go ahead.
Just something on 148, the wildlife, or wildland fuel management, conference and stuff, it's all $1 items. Are those all federally funded?
A lot of those we can get reimbursed, or the NFPA will pay for us to go.
Okay.
The reason dollar funded is there are fire prevention revenue funds that come in from permits, plans check, can be used for training or fire education prevention training. So they'll take those funds. If we don't budget the funds, it's because they can use those funds to pay for that training.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That's it.
Sure, just quickly.
Yeah, Council Vice Chair Cooley.
So just quickly, 4 positions, no vacancies, none anticipated for this coming fiscal year.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Next up, we're moving to training. Any questions for training?
Same.
Councilmember Cooley.
3 positions, no vacancies, none anticipated for this year. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Cowden.
I was just gonna say, when I first started, I got to go to a training session where they had all the battalions come in. I think it's before you started, I'm not sure, but it was really excellent. Are you guys still doing that big group type of training? Yeah?
I always have this idea. Yeah, so there's a program, I don't know if this is what it was called when you went through it, Fire Operations 101 is where we can team up with HFFA, the bargaining unit, and we can host one day where we bring all of you in that are willing to come and put you in turnouts and let you pull hose and go through
It
the
was
operations.
actually great, but it was mostly for the fire team. I was really grateful to be invited over. It wasn't really about us.
Yeah.
But I guess I was thinking she ought to go, Vice Chair, but, yeah, it was really, really good. Are you doing trainings like that where,
Yeah.
on the whole battalion on basically what is normally a day off, they all come together? That's what it seemed to do. It was a rotating piece.
Yeah.
And so you're continuing to do that.
You guys want to come visit one of those, we can invite you. Coming up. Yeah.
That made an impression on me, that it was good to sit, because every group got to be working in alignment, on whatever was new and up. So is that an annual thing that you do?
We do different training. So quarterly training, we have a captain's meeting or captain's muster. We'll go over some stuff. There's one coming up, like a refresher training for incident command, which would be a great one to sit in on. But there are other mandatory trainings. We bring them in. We do annual, the USLA, United States Lifeguard Association training for our firefighters. We do, they have a fire hazmat training, EMS training. So there's a number of things that, we do firefighter survival and tactics, and we can invite you to some of those.
Yeah, it was great.
Okay, any other questions for training? If not, we'll move on to water safety. Council Vice Chair Cooley.
So water safety, ocean safety has 72 total positions, 66 full-time, 6 part-time, no vacancies, and none anticipated for this next fiscal year.
Right.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions?
Just a comment, good job.
Yeah.
Really good job.
If not, we're done with fire and water safety. We'll forever hold our peace for now. Any other questions? Okay, if not, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next up is emergency management.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, officer.
Bye, thank you.
Do we have time for public for another 3 minutes?
No.
Done.
Thank you all. Thank you. What? I've never felt so safe in here. Not in a good day. Eli, I love you. Good to see you.
So weird to be on this side.
Is that her brother?
Oh, I love having all of them here.
I was going to ask if that was your brother.
But he used to be like, Dustin's such a hero. And I'd be like, no, we have a real hero on our team. Eli.
I told Eli when Dustin was wanting to run for mayor, I said, put Eli in that job because Eli can handle it. I mean, he can.
I mean, he's suspense from
Okay, Elton,
saves us.
you want to give a quick synopsis?
All right.
And we'll ask any questions and then we'll go through the budget.
Sure, do that.
Good morning, members of the council. Elton Ushio, Emergency Management Administrator. We come before you again today with a proposed fiscal 26 package that we feel is both fiscally responsible, yet will realistically meet the needs of our agency and the constituents we serve. You'll find that we have continuing various prioritization of particular investments. First of all, we're addressing our contractual obligations for multi-term contracts, lease agreements, what have you. Next, we continue to invest in new technologies, particularly in the area of telecom, FirstNet technologies, things that can improve our coverage, responder and public safety, as well as system redundancy. We're also looking at addressing cost escalation in the UPS project funded under the uninterrupted power supply project funded in the current fiscal year. We're going to end up phasing that into 2 periods if approved, and addressing the additional needs supporting logistics of travel for our agency with our, thankfully with the support of the administration and council, with our increase in staffing and what have you, we do have more of a need for additional staff to occasionally travel off island to engage in training exercises and what have you. So we do have some increases there. And we also like to continue our support for all agencies across the state. So we have some additions there. We did have a fortune of having a rather less than active hurricane season last year, but we still had activity and flash flood warnings and a very active wildfire season with some major events that ended up with gubernatorial emergency proclamations and multi-agency, county, state, federal, non-governmental response, particularly the Hanapepe Kaua'i fires and fires up in Kaua'i. A lot of lessons learned, continuous improvements for us. We also engage in many partnerships to help make improvements, such as our involvement with the FEMA Dam Safety Collaborative Technical Assistance Program and ongoing partnerships with the Department of Defense Innovative Readiness Training Program, working on plans and shelter or refuge area assessments. And we continue that partnership in the current fiscal year, going into an upcoming cybersecurity mission to County of Kaua'i. Other than that, I did want to add a comment that with the current uncertainty with some of our funding, particularly from the federal level, affecting partners at all levels, we need to ensure that at least on the county end, we're shored up and ready for contingencies should we need to. Thus far, our KEMA funding has not been directly impacted just yet, though we're starting to get some word that there may be some areas that we need to look at. If anything, at this point, our requests for federal reimbursements are delayed and seeing more scrutiny. But hopefully, we'll continue to monitor it, work with HIEMA and our federal partners through which our funding flows to be better prepared for that. And then finally, before I hand it back to you folks for questioning, I want to say that with the growing tension in the world and the geopolitical situation, we are reminded rather strongly by our steadfast military partners that their core mission is homeland defense. So even more so, burden for emergency management is with the counties, the states, and while military will always try to be there to support us, again with their mission on homeland defense, we have to be better prepared to respond on our own, possibly without the level of assistance we've seen in the past, if they are so engaged. So with that, thank you very much for your consideration, and we look forward to taking any of your questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the synopsis?
Yeah, well, I'll wait till you go to that. On the synopsis, we just heard from Fire. One of the last questions from Councilmember Cowden was urban search and rescue, and we noticed that Fire had a line item of $10,000 for urban search and rescue. Do you have any such item in your budget, and where is it and what is it?
So we do not have a specific line item supporting urban search and rescue. However,
or any search and rescue.
Yeah, so search and rescue, urban search and rescue, we do not have a line item supporting it directly or so named. However, many of the activities that KEMA does do support search and rescue as well as other mission areas. For example, KEMA is one of the lead coordinating entities in an upcoming multi-agency search and rescue exercise with the United States Coast Guard, including Coast Guard, KEMA, Kaua'i Fire Department, Kaua'i Police Department, and other on-island partners. And we try to do things like that annually, and so we're better prepared. Our 800 megahertz radio system that you heard us, the chief before me talked about, supports our first responder entities, and our interoperability there, our ability for the newer radios to work seamlessly with FirstNet, so it combines 800 megahertz and cellular technology, improves coverage. We can see the location of responders, all around better served, and those do come in very handy with search and rescue operations. And some of those remote units that can be deployed to provide coverage in areas that normally would not have coverage also support search and rescue.
We also heard something about, I forgot what it was actually said, called from Fire, something like Point Plus or some Point Pulse or something.
So Pulse Point technology is great. So KEMA staff, as you know, we always have to monitor our phones, but we automatically get notified of any major earthquake or weather event, weather threat. In fact, I'm lucky I muted my phone because it would have had the sirens go off for a flood advisory that's in effect right now. The phone was on vibrate, so that was good. We also get, with the assistance of KPD, updates from the dispatch system through Spillman. But what Pulse Point does is, because our staff is subscribed to it, we get another means of notification as soon as certain calls go out. And for us, we in particular, I'll monitor any type of wildland or structure fire in case it could get into something bigger. I'll look at any accidents that may result in highway closure, because that can affect other things. And that just gives us another means of information and notification at our fingertips. And of course, with the public safety answering point at Kaua'i Police Department Dispatch, they are our backups. For some reason, if I sleep through the alert, they have a matrix in which they'll call KEMA and other staff as needed for certain types of events.
This might be stating the obvious, but basically, you have you get notifications. Obviously, you want this from as many sources as possible, so you can get the information right away of any pending disaster or whatever. And then you have where you put notifications out. So the notifications that you put out, you follow certain standards and procedures or system. I'm curious as the difference between the notices you might put out to the general public versus the notices you might put out to other key partners that are helping you do the work that you're doing, which is obviously interagency, but maybe also statewide or.
So excellent question, Councilmember Kaua'i. So we're talking about what you describe are two different levels of notification are two different groups. So we have internal notification protocol for staff and primary partners. So the KEMA maintains emergency call lists, separate from what dispatch does about the agencies we would activate, the people we would contact for certain types of emergencies or disasters, who we would request to come to the EOC if needed. So that's already set. We have those call lists established and maintained regularly. Now, when we go to the general public, there's a more complex matrix about what kind of warning and notifications are used for them. Some of the notifications do not come from KEMA automatically. For example, many weather alerts, they are originally, all weather alerts will be generated by the National Weather Service. And they may put the product out, they'll use various technologies. So, such as the Emergency Alert System, EAS, which goes to TVs and radios. If it gets to a higher level, it may go to the Wireless Emergency Alerts or WIA system, which is your cell phones or compliant cell phones. At KEMA's level, we have access to those systems. So you heard during the Kaua'i evacuation, we activated the wireless emergency alerts to cell phones. It went on TV and radio, the crawlers and cut-in broadcasts. But we also utilize the siren system. So outdoor warning siren system, we do have certain protocols for when those are used. Other technologies, the county has our wireless emergency notification system, or WENS, which does landlines and opt-in, cell, text, email. And we have Civil Air Patrol who can fly the coastlines if need be. We can do highway message boards, many other possibilities. And oftentimes, it may boil down to first responders even going door to door within areas. So we do have a protocol for both informing and activating response partners, and then how we inform the general public.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Cowden?
Yes. Can you tell me a little bit more about the innovative readiness training? I appreciated what we got out of them last time for evaluating potential shelter locations.
Mm-hmm.
This one is about cybersecurity.
Mm-hmm.
So can you just tell us a little bit about that? I'm kind of excited to hear that we are looking at that.
Yeah. So for background, the Innovative Readiness Training Program, or IRT, is a win-win program because we leverage expertise from our military partners, but at the same time, it is readiness training. It helps them ensure their preparedness. So they get to practice by doing missions to assist a jurisdiction such as ours. So this year's cyber mission came about because cybersecurity is an obvious priority area nationwide. It is well known that there are many attacks against government, critical infrastructure, healthcare, utilities, what have you. And this is an opportunity for us to partner with them to help test, refine, and improve cybersecurity in Kaua'i County. So we will be, of course, the county will be involved. We're trying to bring in other partners like Department of Water, and then critical partner Kauai Island Utilities Co-op into the mix.
So does PMRF participate in that too? When we go to National Association of Counties, I tend to do a lot of the artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. And, it feels like the alarms are going. And so I'm really happy to hear that. So you guys will be looking at all of our departments. The experts will be coming in looking at those. But are we also, is PMRF partnering in with that at all too? Because like what they tell us is being positioned, municipalities near strategic military locations makes us more vulnerable because of give reason to be looking at us more. So are they a partner?
So PMRF is not a participating partner in this, but they are with many other things that we do. They being a federal military installation, they have their own cybersecurity. So this is us actually using people such as PMRF, but actually from
other places.
The mainland, so Pentagon.
Okay. And then when is, that's to start in May, and it'll be about a year-long process?
This will be in May, and it's not a year-long process. It's going to be a couple of weeks.
And our IT department is going to be sitting right alongside them, learning from them?
IT is our lead partner on the county's end.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have, I'm all excited about our hazard mitigation plan, and that's, I see that that's reaching out to the public starting like this week. So when I looked on the budget, is that just embedded in our basically wages and hourly pay? I mean, is it just...
So that's already been contracted, so it's not something that's being proposed for the current year. It was funded prior.
Okay. All right. And then you heard my question I asked about CERT. I was pleased. Thank you for giving me a really quality email back, and you were saying grant and aids, it looked like for a handful of, maybe this can help inspire some new groups. When we're hearing concerns from different communities, or like if we, I know the Poipu Kaloa community is really concerned about fire and flood. And so they could potentially apply for a grant and then develop their own CERT group.
Okay, so to clarify, Councilmember Calden, in consultation with the administration and Kaua'i Fire Department, the CERT program definitely has value, but we didn't want to do a large reboot package for the entire island. We have to learn from some of our past lessons with all of the people we train, and it's very difficult to get these groups to organize and stay active. So a possible consideration, and we haven't locked anything in yet, but this is open for discussion still, but a possible consideration would be in the form of something like $10,000 grant and aid packages in which communities could take the initiative, apply, and then receive those funds to cover certain training, exercises, their equipment and supplies for a fiscal year. And something like that would be a more measured reboot where it starts with the community.
Yeah, so grassroots instead of top down. So I thought, you know what, that's probably the right way to do it. I did do the CERT training myself a number of years ago. Quite a long, I don't know, maybe you were in there, but so would we see that potential grant? I don't see it here yet. Would it end up in KEMA or Kaua'i Fire Department? Where would we see that?
So that's still up for discussion. We'll have to have a circle back and.
Okay. All right, because I think there's a playful pun, a burning desire from some groups to be able to make sure that they're prepared. And yeah, so those are my questions.
Council Vice Chair Kaua'i.
Not sure if you said anything about this, but I wanted to hear about the DLNR Dam Safety Program. When it says County of Focus in a FEMA Dam Safety Collaborative Technical Assistance Program, does that mean that we're like the statewide pilot?
So what had happened was our partners at DLNR, Dam Safety, wanted to apply for this collaborative technical assistance program, and they needed a county to partner. And then Kaua'i, because we have so many dams and we had the Kaloko disaster, we volunteered. It ended up being selected by this very competitive process, and we had top dam safety experts from across the nation come down and over the series of several months provide both in-person and virtual workshops on dam safety, working with not only governmental officials but the owner-operators of the various dams, reservoirs on island. And it culminated in a exercise and various areas in which we could clarify, improve our policies, plans, and practices associated with dams.
Do you know if any of this expert information, training, whatever, has helped in potentially preventing any of the decommissioning of any of the reservoirs?
Has it helped in preventing the decommissioning?
Yeah, so that we can save the water for ag.
So the focus would be a little bit different. You know, their focus would be on safety first. But if anything, you know, if
I
a
get
dam were to be preserved for ag purposes, we would want it to meet certain safety considerations, and you know, it would help in that sense.
Yeah.
I think the greatest challenge, though, is that improvements and rehabilitation cost money. So training does not show us how do we generate those funds.
Yeah. I just was meaning along the lines of, you know, these are experts, so we may have learned alternatives or possibilities of how to provide that safety without doing the ultimate, you know. It's kind of like an amputation, right? You know, you're going to cut off your leg to prevent death, but you're losing the leg, you know. I mean, so there maybe out of the experts we could learn something. That's all I was saying.
So we didn't get into that portion, though there is some relevance where, you know, safety improvements and hardening could apply. It's just that the funding side isn't addressed.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions on the synopsis? Now we can move into the budget. Any questions on the budget?
I have positions.
Yep. Council Vice Chair Cooley.
2 vacancies. That's to page 170. The first vacancy is position 2504, Emergency Management Senior Staff Officer, vacant since December of 22, so 835 days. You have it funded at the low level, the beginning of the range, 76,000 range to 109,000. And then the recruitment status says filled with short-term hire. So can you say what that is and how long that is good for, and whether recruitment will continue?
Okay, so that position has been filled by our Special Executive Officer in Emergency Management, Solomon Kanoho, retired KFD Assistant Chief, who we're very fortunate to have on staff. So that provides senior cabinet level leadership as a backup to myself. Something that's not easy for us to replicate and find. Eventually, Saul will have to go back to retirement, unfortunately. But honestly, I would want to retain him as long as possible.
Yeah.
But we are looking at the reclassification from senior staff officer to executive officer, and then putting out for recruitment.
Saul is young yet. Don't let the white hair fool you.
You're getting
Don't
younger.
let the white hair fool you. The other position is position 2502, Emergency Management Staff Specialist 3, vacant since August of last year. The budget shows 58,296. Okay, the range is 58,296 to 83. So you're looking at the starting of the range, and you have a selection made. Okay, so you hired somebody?
So at this point, selection has been made and the person is in that position. So what it was a existing KEMA staff specialist who was grant funded, is now in that position as a fully county funded civil servant.
Ready to go. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other questions for the budget?
Nope, not for me.
Okay. Councilmember Holland.
I just wanted to say thank you for all that you guys are doing. It was really educational coming to see the facility. It's an amazing command response. I learned so much from you in that short period of time, and so I just would be amiss if I didn't say thank you for that and all that you guys are doing for us.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember
I
Collins.
just also want to say thank you. We've had one emergency after another, back to back and overlapping since before I've been in office. And so you guys always do a great job. So I know it's kind of a tight team, but it's a really good team, and deeply appreciate it. And I'm honored that you're able to go over and help in Maui, and it's really solid. So don't retire.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Really is the whole team.
Don't get any ideas.
Councilmember Bolosan.
Yeah, I just want to also echo that, and also taking the proactive steps to mitigate some of the challenges that we might face potentially from any changes in the federal government and just the systems in place that usually respond to emergency. It does take a community, and it oftentimes Kaua'i, this tiny little island, we do need help from our partners across the state, across the ocean. So thank you for being proactive on that. Thank you.
Council Vice Chair Cooley.
Yeah, I too want to express my gratitude. Mahalo nui loa for everything all of you guys do. I think your department division is a small but mighty one, and what you do is critically important to our community. And I would like to say too that I appreciate that you work with the Kaua'i Search and Rescue, because I think they are an amazing organization of professionals, and they're actually leading the state when it comes to search and rescue and volunteer-led people who have expertise and who work on this as well. So, thank you.
Councilmember
I
Carvalho.
want to say thank you and mahalo and all the great work you folks are doing from Washington, D.C. all the way back home. I mean, all the connections and the resources that is needed. So, great job with the team that is in place right now.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll take our 10-minute caption break and come back to police and then prosecuting attorney. So, 10-minute caption break.
Thank you, Alton.
welcome back. Up next is police. So police, if you want to go through the synopsis, I'm not sure how to address you. Is it
Good morning.
Raybuck or Kay or?
Well, let me first address Chief Todd Raybuck for the record. And yes, I am still the police chief. I know that there may have been some confusion in the press release. With me today, may have been. Assistant Chief Kay is with me, and he will be the interim police chief upon my retirement. That, depending on how this goes, will be sooner than later. And then also is Deputy Chief Mark Ozaki. So good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and honorable members of the council. Before I begin, I just wanted to say that in years past, I've had so much fun at these budget hearings, I decided to stick around for one more before I retire. Next year, you'll have the pleasure of asking someone else these questions. The Kaua'i Police Department is comprised of the Chief's Office and 2 bureaus. Support Services Bureau, formerly known as the Administrative and Technical Bureau. Some of your documents will still reference that bureau. And the Police Operations Bureau, which consists of the Field Operations Division and the Criminal Investigations Division. KPD's fiscal year 2026 submitted budget request totals $50,982,772, which is a 5.8% increase over the fiscal year 2025 budget. Approximately $2.1 million of that $2.7+ million increase is due to increases in salary, wages, and benefits. The remaining increase is related to vehicle purchases, physical exams, travel and training, and aging facility costs. So I know you'll have a lot of questions for me, so I'm sure you've thoroughly read through my synopsis, and I'll answer whatever questions you may have.
Any questions on the synopsis? I'll start. The Kaua'i substation, is that moving forward, or is that is that the Mahelona location?
That is the Mahelona location. So as you may recall, about 15 years ago now, that site was selected as the future location for the Kaua'i substation. The department did expend funds previously. I think you were on council when we started spending those funds to be able to build or begin the construction phase of that, construction design phase. Unfortunately, there was a decision in the state to redesign that master plan. And so the substation's location that had been its location for 14 years was moved. And we've been awaiting some additional information regarding the boundaries that they are willing to provide to the Kaua'i Police Department so that we can do topographical and site assessments to determine whether or not it'll be feasible for us to move forward.
Okay. But they haven't given you the location yet of your...
They gave us a tentative location, but I think there's still quite a bit of discussion about what will go where and when.
And so on that project, is the state like the trigger on it? Like we have to wait for the state to come up and figure out what they're doing for their whole entire plan? Or once they like designate an area, can we start moving before them? Or
so it is a state property, and so they are gracious enough to provide that location or offer location for the Kaua'i Police Department to build a station. So it's really kind of in their ball or in their court where that location will be. And there is a tentative location where they have slated for that police station to be built, but we still haven't received the final boundaries.
I'm just thinking, I mean, if we wait on the state to decide what they're going to do with the whole entire property and just hold us up on, here's your location, but you got to wait for us to like figure out what we're doing on the whole property. And I don't see us getting a substation anytime soon. So I was just wondering if there's a way where, or there's a place in time where they're going to say, this is your location, do what you want to do, and we can just go do the topo, do the EIS, do whatever we got to do the community output, and start moving without having to wait for the state to decide on what they're going to do or plan or on their end.
Yeah, to be fair, there are meetings, planning meetings that are held that I get invitations to. I haven't seen anything on the agendas lately regarding the police station. I haven't been in attendance. So there may have been some information regarding that site that I was not notified on, but or didn't hear about, but I haven't received any notification.
Okay. Councilmember Cowden.
Just a comment. I was going to all those meetings, and it seemed like they had a good spot. It seemed like it was actually really well positioned. The group was in agreement, but they have to put in roads and everything else. So I have a couple questions, but should I do it? When we're looking at the implementation of the 12-hour patrol schedule, how long has that been functioning?
The 12-hour schedule, so just for everybody's awareness, KPD since the 1980s was running a 5-9 shift, which was 5 9-hour shifts with rotating days off that always advanced. And it was a stair-step staffing plan where the officers didn't work cohesively together every day. It changed every day. The implementation of the 12-hour shift went into effect, I believe, January 15th? It's January 12th. So it went into effect in January 12th. So we've been running it now for 3 months, approximately 3 months.
And I apologize, I've missed a couple of the police commission meetings. I want to say how much I value the police commission meetings and the police, the report that we get. So it's very helpful. So it's a good part of it. So it's been working for these few months, and then so are people are they happy enough in the new schedule?
I think that we've heard positive feedback. I think that there still is an adjustment period. It's been in place for three months, and a 12-hour shift is obviously noticeably longer than a 9-hour shift. But some of the positive feedback that we've gotten is that their work days go by really quick, and then they're on their days off. That goes by really quick too, but before they know it, they're off again. One of the comments was, an officer who has children that play sports on Oahu every weekend, that former shift didn't allow him on the weekends to go. With the 12-hour shift, they have every other weekend off. So that's been beneficial. I think one of the biggest benefits for us into that 12-hour shift is the ability to have that consistency of teams that work together. So now the sergeant and all of the officers that are assigned to that specific squad, they work together every day for that 12-hour shift for every assignment, which is a huge shift in culture for our organization to develop team building, build cohesiveness, improve communications, and I think we're already starting to see the anecdotal results of that, where teams are coming together to do projects together, and the communication between squads is improving dramatically.
Okay, so that's kind of like almost like the fire department has battalions, so it would be, it's all in the same group. Because I'm asking that question relative to these openings, like 39 sworn openings. That's a lot. So when I look at that relative to the 12-hour shift, when we've had openings before, sometimes people pull a double, which is a long time to work. Well, you can't pull a double, unlike what the adult correction officers do at the jail, right? You can't just work 24 hours. How are you dealing with these openings?
Well, that's a good question. One of the additional benefits, and I appreciate you asking that question, one of the additional benefits of us moving to the 12-hour shift is that it did reduce the number of personnel that we needed to be assigned to patrol, which then allowed us to conduct promotions and transfers out of patrol that we were limited and prohibited from doing under the 5-9 schedule. So we've been able to actually reduce the number of officers that are assigned to the field operations, but increase the number of officers who are available during their shifts. So prior to the 12-hour shifts, when we were on the 5-9s, as you mentioned, there were quite a bit. In fact, the average was over 100 canceled days off a month to cover those shifts. We've seen a dramatic decrease in the number of those canceled days off. I think in a 30-day period after we implemented the 12-hour shifts, we saw only 31 canceled days off, and only one of those was due to insufficient staffing. The others were all related to sending people to training. So we've seen a dramatic decrease. What we've also seen is because we have less overtime shifts to fill, less canceled days off, we've seen an incredible savings in funds. So right now, since implementing the 12-hour shift, through June 30, well, we've already saved approximately $40,000 in overtime expenditures to cover vacant shifts. Through June 30th, we anticipate an overtime savings of $158,000, and by in the next 11 months, over $435,000 in savings is estimated on a reduction of overtime costs directly associated with those overtime shifts. So policing, as you know, is a difficult position to find people that are willing to do everywhere in the country. In our state, it's increasingly even more difficult for all the reasons you guys know. And so law enforcement as a whole has been forced at looking out what operations we perform, how we perform them, what services we perform to the community or perform for the community, and we continuously have to adjust. The next police chief will continue to have to look at, what are our staffing levels, where do we put people, and what services can we provide versus what services we may have to reduce so that we can make sure that we're always available for those 911 and emergency first responder calls.
So my final question on this link, and then I'll let other people ask questions. Thank you for your patience. Exhaustion. Have you found any staff complaints on exhaustion? I know they were sometimes working quite a lot, even more, but are you seeing any indicators in the rest of, I appreciate in your police reports all the quality indicators that are there. And I have looked at it even when I haven't been at the meetings. I'm not seeing a lowering of performance or stops or action, but how is the feedback? Are people okay? Are they tired?
So I haven't heard anything about people saying that they're too tired as a result of the 12-hour shifts. Could some people be? Absolutely. Before we implemented the 12-hour shifts here, Honolulu Police Department had implemented 12-hour shifts there and actually had done some post-12-hour shift implementation surveys. And in those surveys, they found that the officers, even those officers that were resistant to the 12-hour shift, reported that they felt like they got better sleep, that they had more time with their family, that they were better, ate better, and they had more opportunities for physical exercise and take care of themselves compared to the 9-hour shift.
So what's the start and stop times?
I'm sorry?
What are the shift start and stop times?
6 a.m. to 6 p. and 6 p. to 6 a.
Okay. Those are my first round of questions.
Council Chair Raposo.
There's no follow-up, Chief, and thanks for being here. Your overtime projected savings for next fiscal year, you said you expect it to be over 400,000?
Yes, sir.
And then I have another question, and it's a general question about the abandoned vehicles. I'm sorry. I'm not sure where, I was trying to find it in a budget. Where is the line item for abandoned?
It's in.
I see it, but it's at 143,000,
Yes.
144,000?
Yes.
Is that sufficient?
Based upon the averages that we use per year, that's about consistent with where we are. We anticipated this question because you mentioned it multiple times.
Yeah, I would hope, and we can get to that when we get to that part of the budget, but I am hoping that this budget will be or this fiscal year will be the year that we can take care of our abandoned vehicle problems once and for all.
I look forward to talking about that.
Okay,
I think
perfect.
we'll have some answers for you.
Chair, we can get there when we get to that part of the budget.
Council Vice Chair Cooley.
So on page 4 in your narrative, you talk about key grant funding. And the one, it's relatively small, but Violence Against Women Act grant,
Yes.
31,000. And then you talk about the SANE program, right? Sexual assault nurse examiners.
Yes.
I look in the budget and I find 6 positions from position 9805 through position 9810. Obviously, part-time, temporary, 15,000 each. So that totals up to 90,000. Are you getting the other 59,000 from any other sources, or are we just covering that with general funds?
So are you talking about the salary for the SANE nurses particularly?
Yeah, I don't know if, it's 15,000, so it's some kind of part-time temporary thing, right?
Yeah, so they're on call
or whatever.
They're on call and they get paid based upon their call out. So the average that we identified is about 15,000 to set aside for each. I don't recall if you were here when we had this conversation a year or two ago. You may have not recall. We used to utilize, and the VAWA grant was quite a bit more significant than it is today. I think 6 years ago we received almost 90-something thousand, and then it trickled down and it trickled down and it trickled down. And so obviously, relying on a grant to fund a critical program like SANE nurses put our program in jeopardy. And so fortunately, we worked with Mayor's fiscal team. Janine Raposo was critical in helping us identify a path forward for this. And then the county council approved to earmark actual funds set aside for the salaries. The $31,000 that we get from the VAWA grant helps to support training for those SANE nurses, travel, and equipment.
So the trickling down of the VAWA funds, that's just how it is. That's
Yeah,
all the feds will give us.
I mean, I don't look at the awards, and I'm not familiar enough with the awards to know, how their funding from the feds has changed. All I can say is that our receipt of those funds is definitely.
It's been a solid, important, strong program from many, many, many years ago. It was Senator Joe Biden who was originally behind this VAWA, the act. So that it's diminishing is kind of sad. That was my only question on that part.
Can I real quick follow up on that? So is that program at risk right now?
No, it is not at risk.
With this minimal, because this is minimal funding.
Yeah, and to be fair, the decreases in the program aren't a recent issue. It's been going on for several years, including the previous administration.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just concerned that because that's such an important part of your sexual assault investigation. I want to make sure that it's protected.
I appreciate it. I think the big benefit for that program was the mayor's office and you agreeing to provide us those dedicated funds to pay the SANE nurses. That shored up that program significantly, and so I don't see that the program that isn't in any jeopardy.
And they're using a camera that you bought?
I would imagine we did.
Did we actually eventually buy that camera? Do you know? I know we had them on trial. We're going to borrow and then.
Kaua'i, Police Operations Bureau, KPD. It's my understanding that the camera is installed and we have been using it for approximately a year now.
Yeah, I know, but remember, I think they loaned it to us, and then we were supposed to, if we wanted it, we needed to buy it. I'm just curious if we decided to buy it or if we already bought it.
We did purchase it.
Okay, thank you. I saw the demonstration. It's incredible. It's incredible. Thank you.
I asked the same question of the fire chief. What kind of time, effort, and/or resources are you putting behind the recruitment of women for jobs in your department? Would you be able to utilize a minimum investment of, say, $35,000 to $50,000 specifically for that purpose, or should we provide those funds to human resources and have them work with you? I have a second question that's somewhat related, and I know will probably be part of your answer, so I want to just ask it now too. and it has to do with the vacancies, right? There's many vacancies, like 67, I think I count on the vacancy report. But in your synopsis here, in your overview, you talk about enlisting the services of Epic Recruiting. So, yeah, so tell us about that and maybe what different kinds of approaches you're taking to improve this situation.
Yes, so thank you for the question. So I'll get to the Epic in just a moment. We have been expanding our recruitment efforts for quite some time now. So we use a variety of platforms. That includes advertising in local publications. We include now in all of our press releases information about opportunities, employment opportunities with KPD. We do the same thing in our social media posts where we provide the community that's on social media, Facebook and Instagram, information about our open recruiting positions. We recruit at community events. We have a multi-year, as you referenced, recruitment partnership with Epic Recruiting. What Epic Recruiting has done for us is they helped us build a dedicated website specifically for KPD.org, or KPD, and it's Kaua'i Police. Join Kaua'i Police.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, join Kaua'i Police. So I believe I sent you guys a link to that a while back when it went live. And so the first thing with Epic was they assisted us in developing a website and then interviewing our employees to show not just the job that they do, but the people they are and why they do it. And in that video, in those videos, if you look, we've highlighted specifically several women that are powerhouses in our organization. I understand and appreciate the value of women in policing because my wife is a retired police officer. And so I do 100% appreciate and value their performance and their place in our workplace. The next phase of our recruitment program with Epic is to begin building out internet and social media optimization. And that will place advertising in targeted markets to provide us better exposure. And hopefully, and as the company has told us, they've seen in other police departments allow us to recruit in those hard-to-fill positions and in those positions that we look to hire people in.
I actually had a third part to my question, and just because it kind of jumps out, and when we were hearing from fire, they talked about this alert system and dispatch and noticed the 911 calls and whatnot. So in your department, there are 9 emergency services dispatcher 1 vacancies. How many dispatcher positions do you have total?
20.
So nearly half of the 20 is vacant. So is there anything with this recruitment efforts that is specifically going to help with that? And along the lines of that, could it be that the salary is too low? I mean, I don't know.
So it's a complex set of issues that make dispatching difficult. First is you have to find people that are willing to do a job that's very, very difficult, probably one of the most difficult jobs on the police department. As you know and you can imagine, taking phone calls for a 10-hour, 12-hour shift or longer of people who are in crisis is a very demanding position that requires a very special person that can do that day in and day out. And then to have to multitask, as the fire chief had mentioned, to take the call, to type it up, to send it over to the dispatcher, for the dispatcher to manage the information that's coming in and putting that information out and then bringing the information back to the responding units. It's a very, very challenging job. We have continuously had recruitment open for that. We continuously hire people into that position. And unfortunately, it's got a very high rate of failure or a lack of retention when people come in because it's a difficult job. You know that the workforce on Kaua'i is very limited. And so it makes it even that more difficult. We aren't alone in the state. I believe, the last time I looked at numbers, Every PSAP in the state is running at about 50% vacancies. And so it is just an incredibly difficult position to recruit for. And to your answer about the question of the pay, yes, the pay is not sufficient for the job that they do. They are classified as clerks. They are definitely not clerks. There's been multiple years of attempting to change that job classification at the ledge. It hasn't worked out. Fortunately, we have found ways, again, working with HR and to provide some additional funding for hard to fill that at least allows us to focus on retention of the employees we have and increase hopefully the interest of those that may be interested in the vacant position.
Thank you, Chair.
Follow-up
I
question,
have a couple
Councilmember
follow-up, and thank you for highlighting about the state ledge needing to change that, because maybe that's something we can do with Hawaii State Association of Counties, that we could put that on our next legislative agenda, because I think that's, I'm glad that we heard that right now. Last few times I've called dispatch, it's been a police officer who answers the phone, detective even sometimes, we are covering those positions with officers.
Yeah, that's a great point to make. One of the things that we have tried to do is not to burn out our current dispatchers. And so if you can't hire for vacancies, we have volunteers in the department that will sit at the console and they will take calls and they will assess. So one of the people you probably hear is the sergeant that's assigned in there, and then a couple other employees that are always willing to help out, and it's been a great benefit for that position and for the dispatchers to have that level of support from the sworn side.
Because they actually was really warm and great and quality support and service right there as the dispatch. I've called the non-emergency number. Usually I do that unless it's something so bad. So with dispatch, a few years ago, we saw a particular technical update that might happen where it's actually people can do almost like FaceTime, which might be really tough to see the actual accident or whatever. But I have seen that, presented at one of the NACOs too, where it can help the dispatcher really quickly be able to see, and then other people even that are in the room, besides the person on the phone, is going to be seeing what's going on. So sometimes it can. Are we looking at that, and have we talked to our dispatchers how they might feel about that?
I'm not familiar with that program or that it's been discussed, so I'll turn it over to.
So I didn't see anything. I couldn't.
So to answer your question, Councilmember Kaua'i, I think what you're referring to is Next Generation 911.
Yes,
and the capabilities that come with that. That, as a state, the 911 board is trying to work in that direction to upgrade our infrastructures and our technologies as it relates to 911. What you're referring to is, I believe, further down the road.
Okay.
We have the basics of NG 911, which is text to 911. What also comes with NG 911 is better location information. Someone who calls 911, we get a lot of tourists here. They may be hiking or in locations that they may not be familiar with. With the NG 911, there's better location data, so that the system will be able to pull from the device that will help the first responder, even the dispatchers, be able to dispatch and the first responders to respond to assist that emergency situation. So it's more than just providing videos and pictures to dispatch. It's really a gamut of information upgrades, infrastructure upgrades that comes with the NG 911. But as the board is concerned, we have talked about policy for what you're referring to is, do we really want that information coming into the PSAP, and who has access to that information, because it can be traumatic. So we're not there yet, but it's part of the discussion at the state level.
Okay, thank you. Just when I'm in the vendor aisles, part of their pitch is that you need less dispatchers and it's faster and more efficient. But I'm probably somebody, if I was the dispatcher, I'd rather be on the phone than to look at it.
Well, we're fortunate that Chief K is the chair of the 911 board, so he's very well versed in the technology and the what's happening.
Okay, yeah, so just trying to think about how we keep them or get them, and, you know, certainly they should have an opinion, our existing team should have an opinion.
Councilmember Holland?
I just want to be correct on this, I'm learning so much. You can text 911 right now? You can currently text
Yes.
just 911 on your phone?
Yes.
Really good to know, thank you.
So I believe that has been available for probably close to a decade.
Wow,
already.
I did not know that.
Because there's a lot of situations where
Yeah.
signal may not be enough
I can
for.
think of a lot of reasons where you
Yeah,
can't speak
or
on a
there may be
phone.
an emergency where you cannot make a call, but you
Yeah.
can text. So I just pulled the stats, and in 2024 alone, we had 276 emergencies reported through text
That's
and 911.
awesome to know, thank you.
Wow.
Very valuable.
Yeah, that'll work.
I guess I'll follow up on the vacancy question. And is there any other ways to try and, that people are, like, around the nation are trying to recruit? I don't know if, like, through school programs and trying to create, like, a career path, or, because, I mean, it's always been a problem, you know, the vacancies in police and trying to attract people there. Obviously, it's a hard job, but maybe if you can get like kids to understand it in the beginning, it's not so scary to jump in and say, oh, I want to be a police officer for the rest of my life. I don't know. Do you see any, like, traction anywhere as far as?
I'm glad you asked that question, because really our communities are our best recruiters. You, other leaders in our community, family members. Part of the challenge that we have in policing today, when I grew up, you know, my family always pointed out to police officers as someone that was there to help you. Today, you know, it's watch out, they'll arrest you. And so part of it is we need to start changing the culture as a community about who our police are. Have there been traumatic events in our community, in our communities and across our country involving police officers that are unacceptable? Absolutely. But the majority of police officers that come to work every day sacrifice their time and sometimes their lives in the performance of their duties. And one of the things that is the only things that's going to change this decline in interest in policing is for our community and our culture to show a level of appreciation and help people understand that police officers aren't the bad guys. And so I would love to see our community recruit for us. If any of you have somebody that you know is of age and interest, please send them our way. You're the best recruiters. There are some communities that have developed what they say is that from school to police pipeline. It's more challenging in police because they're not eligible to come to us to work until they're 21. And so some other agencies like fire and others that don't have that minimum age requirement, it's more successful. In my former jurisdiction, the school district developed a specific school that was centered around educating kids on first responder programs. And so police officers taught in that place. They were trained as police officers to get that interest. So yes, there are those programs. Every one of those programs takes continued maintenance and attention and dedicated resources to do it. And as you've highlighted with my vacancies, expanding on programs for us. I mean, SROs is probably the best opportunity for us to engage in our youth and develop those relationships I'm talking about that allows our school-age KP to know, hey, you know, Officer so-and-so is a great person. And maybe I want to do that someday. But there are programs out there. It's a little, just not enough access to them. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
So for the record, Mark Ozaki, Deputy Chief of Police. And right off the bat, I'm going to apologize to Chief Raybuck because he was on vacation in February, and we actually had a meeting with the DOE. So I apologize, Chief. So I wasn't able to give him this briefing, but the DOE actually reached out to us, and the high schools on Kaua'i, are academy-based curriculum types of lessons out there. They want to get their students, into the into the workforce, maybe right out of high school, because college might not be an option for everybody. So they reached out and they said, is there a way that we can start something that is law enforcement related or criminal justice related? Because they heard about other departments that have that. And they understand the challenges, just like the chief said. It's not that we can hire somebody right out of high school to be a police officer. But what they want to do is they want to at least expose some students to this option of criminal justice or law enforcement, police in general, maybe dispatchers even, as a career path. And the way they want to do that is make sure that they have information for the students, first of all, and they want to make sure that their teachers are teaching curriculum that will help them be successful if they do decide to go to school, or they do decide to have a temporary job, or whatever skills they need, like report writing. You have to brush up and be pretty good at grammar and English and basically able to write and reading comprehension. So they actually reached out and said if our SROs and with their supervisors are willing to do a 1-week class with teachers that they will pay overtime for out of their own DOE pockets, and have them come to our station or our department and kind of do what we do for like the Citizens Police Academy, but a 1-week version, and give them the experience of what it takes to be a police officer or dispatcher, or to work anywhere at KPD. It could be a clerk, it could be anywhere at KPD, but have that awareness and see if they, as the DOE, can come up with a curriculum on their end, because we don't have the resources to be teachers. We might be guest speakers with our SROs, but they actually they want to do that. They actually have 2 weeks blocked out already. They have June 16th through the 20th and July 21st to the 25th. And they want to have their teachers, maybe 10 teachers at a time, come to KPD, go through a 1-week teacher, basically academy, and we give them an introduction, and hopefully this can evolve to even more. But we do everything we can for recruiting. We reach out for, we grasp for every opportunity we can. We spend money where we have to, and our goal is to recruit as much people as possible. So when somebody like the DOE reaches out, we are going to do it whatever we can. And like the chief said, if anybody else in the community, you guys have ideas, we won't ignore it. We're going to jump on it. So please help us make recruitment better. But the program that the chief is talking about that he has experience with, we are actually going to try and implement it within our means. But moving forward, I mean, we got really good opportunity. I just want to share that with you guys. Sorry, Chief, we've just been so busy with budgeting and other things that we have not had a chance to update the whole command staff, but we're planning on working with you for that.
Councilmember Holland?
That's really wonderful to hear. Thank you. I'm interested, is there any positions within the police department where you're able to start before 21?
Yes, there are.
What are those roles?
Well, one would be a great one, I think, for a young person would be parking enforcement attendant. We have 2 vacancies right now that we haven't had anybody apply. It doesn't require to be 21, and it's we'll train them how to do it, and it's a great step into being exposed to the law enforcement career. We have looked at over the years our cell block, trying to see if we could hire individuals in there. Unfortunately, because they are at times weapons carriers, we couldn't get past the 21-year-old age requirement. Our clerk positions, none of our non-sworn positions have an age requirement, but they do have certain educational requirements and technical skills that may eliminate like a younger person.
I'm just wondering about the pathway of like that gap. Like
If anybody's watching, or you know anybody that would like to be a parking enforcement worker on the North Shore, we have 2 vacancies. We're hiring, and we'll train them up and teach them what they need to do, and they can be out in the beautiful North Shore, driving from beach to beach, helping our streets stay objection free.
I don't know if, I remember us trying to use cell block as a way to get people in and bridge that gap. But even with like the parking positions, I mean, is there any way to make it more lucrative for them? I mean, the position's like a $40,000 job. I don't see much excitement going to that, unless you're offering like more or like, I don't know, free self-defense classes or like other stuff that they can do that's gonna like prepare them to get like to the next step. Or I mean, I just don't feel like that 40,000 is like.
That's why we can't recruit anybody. I mean, it's a great salary for a younger person, a single person, right? But for someone who has bills and is trying to survive, it's not a salary. It basically, yeah. And we're competing, and this is across the board for all county positions. It's just not the police department and state, all government positions for that matter. Is when you have private businesses that are starting, 18-year-old kids out at $25 an hour. How do you compete with that? I mean, it's tough, and they don't have to deal with what we deal with. So, yes, it would be great to pay them more, but that's only part of it.
I'm just saying, is there like some type of other incentives that you can pile on so it's a lot closer to maybe what they would be getting once they actually get into like the police force? And because to tell them, you work here for like 3 years, then if you pass the test and pass the physical and get on, then your salary might double. That's still a lot of years that they're missing out, where at 40,000, they can probably go work almost anywhere and try and get that,
Walmart greeter.
They could, I would love to see, I would love to see us try to do something just to get the recruitment better.
I think that goes back to the discussion we had earlier. The dispatcher position is only 50. Like, who in their right mind? I mean, it sounds attractive. You applied and you get in there, and about 72 hours later, after your 3rd or 4th shift, you're like, this is too much.
Yeah, and I don't mean to discourage anybody, but to the point of it not being sufficient funds. I mean, roughly 48% of that salary gets deducted, right, for ERS and for healthcare and for taxes, and so it's a challenge.
Because as far as a career path, once they get in, I think it's a great career path if they stick with it, and as far as like when they can retire, the type of benefits they get, health benefits, but just to get them in there and get
$40,000 for an 18-year-old is it's not a bad pay to be independent and drive around and write tickets.
I don't know nowadays. I think I remember when I was out of college, I got paid $30,000. That was like a long time ago. But.
Well,
Councilmember Kaua'i.
Just one final thought on that, then I have a question. Do you recruit right out there, like people who live out there? A lot of them are actually even spirited on that issue. I would think they would love to go out there and put
spirited.
They all know it's available.
They do? Okay, because, all right, so I know I should know this. Your next recruit class starts in July?
Yes.
And we have 2 people for it so far? How many candidates do we have picked for it so far?
We currently have 12 applicants in the background phase. So
in the background, so they haven't necessarily. The fallout is huge by the time, but we have 12 that are okay.
We have 3 current in training that started January 1st, and then a transfer from Honolulu Police Department. 2 of the 3 that transferred are former law enforcement from the state of California, and they're excited to be here. They have prior experience, so I anticipate that they will make it all the way through training and be here for many years to come.
So that means we have 3 on track right now.
4 with the transfer.
We go with the transfer, so we have 4 coming in, and then we'll hopefully have 12 this summer.
We have 4 that are hired, that were hired in January.
Okay, 4 that are already hired.
Yes,
Okay.
they're in the training process.
Okay.
We have 12 in various phases. When I say background phase, it can be all the way till almost the end, where with the psyche valves. So
Okay.
let's say background phase, because it's kind of too dynamic to just say it's specifically what phase of the background everybody's at. But we do testing every month, and we add to that numbers of backgrounds every month. So I mean, it's not like we're having tons of people apply, but we are getting names every month.
And when I'm ready to ask about search and rescue, what part of police is that in? I can't quite remember.
We don't necessarily have we have some monies that are set aside in different areas for more so for supplies and or equipment. We don't have a quote unquote search and rescue budget line item.
Okay.
We do that with our regular services.
Because I tried to look at that. When we're further down, wherever is the right place, I'd love to hear how we're moving forward with that. I know it's still happening, but I'm still getting static, from some members in the community. So just wanting to make sure that we're outreach and, how we're moving on that is nice and strong. Because I don't have the answers for them.
I'll make one last comment on vacancies and then I'll let it go already. But I mean, I'm just trying to think, I don't know what will entice the next generation to, become a police officer or even try to start it off as their career path. But I was thinking, I don't know, even if they take the cell block or something and then you tell them, 2 hours out of the day is mandatory working out in the gym or something, so that when they actually have to take their physical training, that they have the more likelihood to pass or something, then you can kind of try and entice them with, you get to work out and get healthier and still get paid. Or I have no clue.
Thinking out of the box.
I'm just thinking out of the box.
Well, Honolulu going through the same thing. I think that council threatened to fire the chief if he cannot fill the positions. But I think the chief said it best in his remarks that it's society that has painted this ugly picture of cops. That why would you want to be a cop when they get crapped on every day of and that's a problem. I mean, that's what needs to change. It doesn't matter, even money. I mean, back when the salaries were so low, but the respect for police was so high that people were willing to not work at a hotel and would take on the dangerous job as a cop any day of the week if they could get in, because it wasn't easy to get in. But today, it sucks. And it's because of the society, because of social media, because of the news media, traditional media, the news. We had a anesthesiologist that tried to inject his wife with drugs and smash her face with a rock, truck her off the cliff of Honolulu, off the Kaua'i. So what? Does that mean all anesthesiologists are crazy people and they're sick people and they're dangerous? But that's what the police got to suffer with every day of the week. And it's a very few police officers that have done really bad things, but the profession is still the best profession on the planet. But how do you get that message across? Well, until society changes, it's not. And we're going to have a hard time. So like the chief said, it's up to us, the community, to go out and turn that around. And then make it a good profession in the eyes of the public. And then I think you'll see many more people apply. But it's a hard time, right? It's across the country. It's not just here.
As was my colleague Chief Gibson's vacancy report highlights, everybody still loves a firefighter.
Yeah, it was always that way. Your house could burn to the ground and you can tell a fireman, thank you for trying.
Right.
But the policeman cannot find your stolen bicycle. You're a loser, you're lazy, you're a scrub. That's just the reality. And it's sad. That needs to change or we're going to have this. It's only going to get worse.
Councilmember Holland?
I want to echo some of what was just said and how difficult it is and the reputation that you guys all have to deal with, which has become more contentious and difficult. I just thank you to Chief K for suggesting that I go on a ride along. I just got into an officer car for the first time ever. Been trying to get arrested most of my life through a lot of my activism. That never worked. But it was a really awesome experience. Yeah,
You tried with me when I was a brand new chief.
Yes, I tried pretty hard actually. It's not very good at that, which is probably a good thing. But incredible opportunity, and I really appreciate you suggesting it because I learned a lot. I got to ride along in the district that I was born and raised in. I think I taught Officer England a few things actually, but it was an incredible experience just to see how difficult the job is. He talked about his 12-hour shifts and talked about the kind of things that they deal with, and I got to hold the speed radar thing, and I realized, you guys really need updated technology. It's so hard to move, but it's an incredible job, and I learned a lot from him about the day-to-day, and it was a great suggestion, and it gave me, I already have a huge amount of respect for our officers, and the few times that I've needed the service of the police department is in those situations, those situations that are just some of the worst that you can imagine, and it's just it's an incredible job, and I will continue to figure out ways to encourage that and think about the ways that we can change that perspective and encourage more people to understand the important service that our officers provide. So I wanted to make that comment.
Council Vice Chair Cooley.
Okay. Vacant positions. Starting with master page 103. On the top of the page, it also says page 68. In general, I would say off the vacancy report from March 15, 64 vacancies. Of all those vacancies, I think I only found 8 that are 6-month funded. So you're recognizing that you probably won't have it filled on July 1st, and you'll continue trying. So you've actually made an attempt to lower the funding budget. The other thing on those lines, I will say that the estimated salary savings for this current fiscal year in your department based on vacancies is $2 million. And the budget for those same positions going forward is $4 million. So potentially there could be a lot of money in there, that $4 million budgeted, that will again surplus. And then only 3 of those 64 positions are dollar funded. And then the reason those 3 are dollar funded is because they were grant funded. So it's nothing to do with whether you fill it or not. So starting with position number 1 vacant. Position 352, police captain. Vacant since May 1st of 2023, 684 days vacant. Salary in the budget, $132,456. The range for that position is $86,604 to $159,288. So it's budgeted somewhere in the upper second half of the range. The status for recruitment says recruitment closed on March 7th. So if the recruitment closed, do you have candidates? Have you interviewed them? Are you going to hire the person?
Yeah, I can answer that question. So first of all, one large reason for the delay, specifically in these ranked positions, was that we did not have the resources to promote anyone under the 9-hour schedule. It held up. We were held up 2 years, almost 2 years from doing promotions because we were not able to come to an agreement on implementing the 12-hour shifts. When we did make that agreement, get that agreement at the end of last year, it did open up the opportunity for us to do, I think, 8 promotions. We did 3 lieutenants and 5 sergeants. Is that accurate? I think it was 3 lieutenants and 5 sergeants. I'm sorry, 8 sergeants and 3 lieutenants. So the 12-hour shift, one of the additional benefits I was talking about was it allowed us to do critical promotions. This captain position has been vacant due to a promotion. In fact, he's sitting to my right now. I think that's the vacancy, your vacancy. Or whose ever vacancy it was is irrelevant. We have 7 candidates, and there's an interview scheduled next week for those promotions.
Okay. Next position.
Real quick, because it's directly related to that, because on the budgeted item, on the budget sheet, it's showing 132,446. But if you look at the vacancy report, they're showing the budgeted amount at 78,820. So it looks like in the vacancy report, they're short funding the position, but not on the actual budget. So I'm not sure if they will synchronize at some point, and maybe that's something for finance. Also, what's not included when you're reading off these items, with every single salary amount comes the benefits that's in separate lines. So you got to add on another 40% to that amount to recognize the true cost of that position. So.
So regarding the difference in salaries, the vacancy report is for current fiscal year, FY 2025. The budget is for FY 2026. So that's the discrepancy in the amount.
Okay, so.
And normally on the higher rank positions, we're going to budget at like the mid-range because it'll be a promotion. So it won't be somebody starting at the first.
That's the other thing, right? You're budgeting, so you're going to cost more for that new captain, but you're saving on the position that he just or she
Correct.
just came from.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
I get one more. Just to clarify, Chief, you say 8 sergeants and 3 lieutenants.
Yes, that was what was promoted back in January.
The next position, 371, Assistant Chief of Police. I mean, it's the same status, recruitment closed 3/7, so it's the same situation where somebody's being promoted?
Yeah, I misspoke earlier. That vacancy, the captain's vacancy was with the retirement, and then the AC position vacancy was reclassified to the captain position. This vacancy was the promotion from to deputy from this guy right here.
Yeah.
And so we're also in the process of doing interviews to fill that next week.
So the thing I would say just in general, I mean, from the budget standpoint, what I'm interested in is if it's vacant, what going forward, how it happened, how the vacancy happened is less important to me. In some of the recruitment status, it sounds like you're giving the reason for, and we'll get to it, why the vacancy happened. But I'm only interested in when will the vacancy be filled, and will that person be in place on July 1st to start eating away at the full salary that you've budgeted for. So I know a lot of times it's also wishful thinking, and we're hopeful, and we feel real confident this time that we're gonna do it, even though we didn't for the last 2 years or whatever. But that's what I'm just trying to get to. Going forward, will that vacancy be filled by July 1st? Okay, the next one is position 446, also a police captain, 287 days since June 1st. Salary is showing at 132, so that's mid-range of the 86,000 to 159,000. Recruitment closed 3/7, so you're interviewing a few folks and hiring somebody. And
Interviewing next week,
okay.
so it will be filled.
Yeah. Next, and this is where that status shows up. Police lieutenant, position 394, vacant just since December, so a few months. The salary is showing as 118,000. It's in the middle of 100,000 to 147,000. The recruitment status here says all eligibles promoted on January 12th. So that means that on January 12th, the person that was sitting in this position got promoted and now created the vacancy?
No, that specific position was vacated due to retirement. The comment that we exhausted the lieutenant's promotional list without the ability to fill that. So there will be a new promotions list for sergeant lieutenant once the assistant chief and captains.
So the comment would be new eligibility list created, or something to indicate you're starting recruitment again. So, but recruitment is underway, and you plan to get this position filled by July 1st. So that's why it's fully funded at the mid-level range. Then the next position if I'm reading it right, is position 399, police lieutenant, vacant since May 1st, 2023, 684 days. And it says 6-month funding, so it has half of the funding of the mid-level range. So what is your plans with this position?
Again, that was vacated well, you said you're not concerned with how it was vacated. When we do the promotionals test for lieutenant, hopefully we'll evaluate and be able to fill it. That's the plan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Your mic.
When it says in the column on the right, a lot of them say 10 positions to start 7-3. What does that mean, 10 positions, when it's just one position?
That's one of 10 positions that will be hired on July 1st.
Okay.
Okay. Next position is jumping down to the bottom of the page. Detective, 450 position number, vacant since June of last year, for 287 days. Salary is at $100,428, and it has the all eligible promoted January 12th. What is your plan for filling this position?
It goes back to us doing another promotional testing process. So once we have a valid list, we'll look at our staffing levels and make determinations on which promotions.
So another promotional testing process is to create a list.
Yes, these are all ranked positions, so there has to be a promotional test that's done.
And what is the time frame for doing this? Have you scheduled it, or?
It will begin after the captain's and assistant chief's promotional examination is done. Within the next 3 months.
So if it doesn't begin till the end part of the next 3 months, and recruitment takes at least 2 or 3 months, then you shouldn't be fully funding the position. You should 9-month fund the position.
These positions aren't, it's not an external recruitment, it's an internal recruitment, so it doesn't take 3 months to recruit.
Also, and its vacancy, is it temporarily filled by someone else? Is that why you need
Some
the
of
full
them are
funding?
temporary filled, yes.
Okay. Okay. Next page.
I wanted to follow up on that earlier question from Ms. Cowden, because I'm a little confused with the 10 positions to start July 1, because you have over 20 with that comment.
27.
Yeah, almost 30 of them, and it covers PSOs as well as police officers. When they come in, they don't come in at a police officer's salary, they come in at a police service officer salary, right, which is significantly lower. So I'm trying to, there is no way we're going to fill 27 openings by July 1. There's
That's
just
correct.
absolutely no way.
That's correct. There's 10 in the hopper, or I think they said now there's 12 in the hopper in the various phases of background. So with police, we have to do a job offer before they can do any medical kind of exams. So they have made offers to like 12 applicants, but they're now in one of the phases of background. So all of those positions will eventually start as a PSO, police services officer, but right now that's what they're allocated at. They haven't made the change yet. So, but those will be probably entry-level positions. So I just put it on all of them because we don't know what number they're going to put them in. So I put it probably on all of the
Yeah, it's on every one of them. It's
yeah,
27.
but there's no way. But yeah, but I don't know which number it really they're going to fill, so I just put them on all.
Right, but you're funding all of the positions at the.
So funding wise in the next year's budget, what the budget team did was we looked at any vacancy that was vacant in 2023 or earlier, and we short funded those unless there was an active recruitment happening where they were ready to fill right then and there. So that was the strategy used with this budget.
Okay. You funded it how? I mean, to what level?
We looked at any vacancy that was 2023 or older that was vacant, and we looked at short funding those for 6 months. And because, you know, with a department like this one with that many vacancies, they may fill another one, but at least there's room, flexibility within their different vacancies that they can move stuff around. So we looked at what was the longest vacant, and we took that approach to go ahead and short fund those.
So we're in fiscal year 25 now, which we're ending. We're budgeting for fiscal year 26. You only 6-month funded these 8 positions, I believe I counted 8, going back to fiscal year 23.
Not fiscal year.
That was vacant for 2 years or something, like 600 days, or what's your cutoff point?
We looked at 2023, so not necessarily fiscal year, but
December,
calendar year.
calendar year.
Yeah.
All of 24, all of 25, well, coming up now most, right? So nearly 700 days vacant.
If you take away the ranking 6-month, the partial short funding positions, and if you're only looking at patrol officer funding, we only short funded 4. According to the budget, there's just 4, but there's 20 plus openings. And I don't know, Chief, what do you guys expect to hire in the next year? How many did we bring in last year?
We don't know what to expect because we just rolled out this brand new recruitment program, so we don't know what to anticipate.
Yeah, but even in a perfect world and this new recruiting tool, it takes a long time to get that person from application to hired.
We have reduced that time down to under 3 months, or right around 3 months. So we are able, if somebody applies in January, February, March, and into April, right? We can almost always get every one of those through to get them into the July review class. So as long as we have about a 2-month window, a lot of times we can get those backgrounds done. It doesn't take us that long anymore.
Well, the background, but you still get all the psych. I mean, is it taking only 3 months now to bring in an applicant to start work?
For police officers?
Yeah.
We start them in January 1st or July 1st.
So the question was, how long does our background process take?
Background process takes probably 3 months, sometimes longer. Depends on how much skeletons you have in your
I mean, the whole thing though, because it's not just your entire background. You're talking about collectively all
we get the names referred to us.
So you're going to run 2 classes every year.
Yes, that is.
So
we've been doing that,
January,
except for last year, we just didn't have enough people in the last session.
That's my point, right? Okay, so
But every other year, for the last 5 years, we've been.
July 1, you can start a class.
Yes, yes, sir.
Those people going to be hired on July 1.
Yes, sir.
Your next class not going to start till January.
That is correct.
Which means if they're not in the July class, you don't need to fully fund those positions because you're not going to hire them for another 6 months, right? I mean, if you're only doing 2 classes and it's every 6 months, then the vast majority of these positions should be 6-month funded because you only get 2 classes.
So based on what I was sharing and how he followed it up, basically I had about 20 more positions that all fit that situation. But for me, it seems like we have to do a wholesale update of this vacancy report when it comes to your positions. And we have to do that evaluation and potentially create more partial funding, not 100% fully funding. And come with recruitment status comments that literally tells us what's going to happen with filling that position and not what caused it. Because we don't really care. I mean, we do care because in the future we want to prevent vacancies, so we want to know why it happened. But for budgeting purposes, we want to know filling that position will happen and then we want to pay for it.
Something to consider is, so I'm not sure, you mentioned like 20-something positions. Are you looking at less officers? You think it's department-wide? Is that what you're?
Well, the budget report gives us all the positions up front, right?
So
a lot of the positions is police officer 1, police officer 2. Yeah, I mean, that's the bulk
So
of
just
these.
something to consider that we still need operations, so we have a bunch of 89-day contract hires that are hired base, and we're actually
So
they're doing work in, whether it's
Yeah.
a cell block or,
if those are doing the work of any of these vacant positions, then tell us that. And if you say 10 positions to start July 1st, and you're using that same recruitment status reason for 27 positions, that doesn't get us past.
I don't think we're
will
trying
it be
to-
filled, and should we be paying for it starting July 1st?
just to make sure we're clear that comment is not to like trick you into we're hiring 10
No,
out
no,
of
no.
20. It's to say out of these 20
27.
something, 10 of them, but we just don't know what exact number
Yeah,
that
yeah.
they're going to be using. So it's not trying to a gotcha for council, sir. I just want.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not saying that it is, but it's almost like you gotta give us more, because that means you can account for, that many. You can account for 10 of the 27, any of the 10, whatever the number is. But what have you to say about the other 17 positions? And Chair's point about you recruit, you do this, you can do this. This is the best you can do. And the best you can do doesn't fill those 10 positions plus the other 17 or the remaining. So with the other 17, whatever the number is, you got to come back and figure out what's really going to happen. And if it's 9-month funding or 6-month funding because of the cycle of what's possible, right? I mean, in the best situation, he said, you can do X, Y, Z.
I appreciate this conversation. I want to remind council, though, too, that only 15% of our budget goes to our operations, and which means that there's very little wiggle room if we have variances outside of that 15%. And we aren't able to predict what our expenditures are going to be. So, for example, last year we had multiple critical incidents that cost us $1.4 million in overtime. I don't have a budget for $1.4 million. That all had to come out of somewhere in my budget. And most often, and my fiscal officer might hit me in the head for saying this, is we have to pull those funds from unexpended salaries to pay for those types of events. I can't budget for that. I don't know what critical incidents we're going to have. I don't know what catastrophes we're going to have that are going to require these officers to work overtime. I mentioned to you earlier that our 12-hour shift is predicted to give us a reduction in overtime at $400,000. But we have been for many, many, many years, in fact, the entire 6 years I've been here, we have been running way and above our allotted overtime budget, sometimes to the tune of $2 million. And so the only way the police department has been able to pay those bills and make sure our police officers are there when they're needed is to utilize, unfortunately, these vacant funds, these funds that remain in these unfunded positions or in these positions. So I'm not trying to say that your argument is incorrect. I agree with what you're saying. I'm just telling you that, I would ask for some leniency in the slashing of the budget, recognizing that I have money that we have to rely on that we don't have in our budget.
We're not trying to slash the budget. I mean, I would honestly rather see you put $2.5 million in overtime budget and accurately do your personnel budget. And if you need and you don't have, then you move from overtime to staff. I mean, I just trying to put, and this has been my thing forever, is trying to get the budget as close to accurate as possible. If you need more overtime money, we definitely have to give him the overtime money. But otherwise it's very hard for us as a council when we analyze budgets, because I only get to see what's in the budget, and if you're telling me that you need $2 million for overtime, then you should be asking for $2 million for overtime.
Yeah.
And we'll find that money. We'll find the money, because there's money all over the place that we can move where it needs to go. But the problem I have is when you're telling us that you're going to hire all of these people according to the sheet on July 1, and we know that's not true. There's no way you're going to hire all these people on July 1. Then it just doesn't make the budget accurate. So I just want to see a more accurate budget.
And the other thing I would say too is that regardless of where we end up with this, there will always be millions of dollars of surplus in your salary line item. And the way you can help us is you could easily go back, and maybe we can figure out how to do it too, and go look at what your budget, because even in this vacancy report, it's just an estimate of what your salary savings could be for this current fiscal year. But when it's all said and done, I bet you this estimate is low. So what we could do is we could look at the last 3 years and see what the line item totals were, and you will see, and then you can also tell me in those 3 years what those critical incident, what those situations came up where you needed millions of dollars, $2 million for overtime, I think you said. And then you'll see that it covered it, right? But I think like what Chair is saying too, it would have been better if you see this, because it's happened in the past, and you think it's going to happen again, then put the money in the overtime budget where it's supposed to be. And don't try to create wiggle room off of the salaries. Granted, I understand too the need, and that's why, and it is only an estimate. So you're still going to have wiggle room, but I'd rather give you $2 million of wiggle room instead of $4 million, you know? And I'd rather you put it in the line item where it's supposed to be. Let's just be correct as much as possible. So I'm not going to ask about all those other positions because it all fits the same thing about the 10 positions and what have you.
And also,
but I do want us, and I will follow up, for us to follow up where else, what of those 17 positions should be partially funded and to what degree.
And Deputy, you mentioned the contract positions, and I recognize the value of that. I know that, you know, obviously I was one of them with the prosecutor's office. If you could let us know how many positions are allocated for the contract positions, so we know that it's accounted for, not as the police officer, but as an employee, a contract employee. Because we definitely don't want to short fund the police, not at all, not at all. We want to actually give you guys what you need. This council has never said no to the police, never, zero, in all my years, never, and we don't plan to.
Yeah, I think when it comes to police and their budget, it's always a double-edged sword, you know. They have a lot of vacancies. They fund the vacancies. Obviously, the vacancies create overtime because they have less people to do the work. So where do we want to see the money? And I think a lot of times we've gone back and forth on it. It should be in overtime, or it should be in salaries, or it should be in overtime. But I think the notes taken on your end, you know, as far as, you know, what realistically positions are going to get filled coming January, July, which ones are going to maybe come in January when the next class is done. And then we can go from there. If you guys got to increase the overtime budget a little bit, there's probably going to be padding in the overtime. So, and it's a give and take on both ends, where we put the money.
I'll be honest, what I would like to see is just, to the best of your ability, fund your positions as you think you're going to need them, and all that excess money, put it in overtime. So we're not cutting nothing. We're just moving them where it needs to be. That is what I'm suggesting. I'm not looking at taking unexpended salaries, put them in our surplus or our reserve. No, I'm not. I'm just saying, you guys do the calculation because you know that much more than we do, and then just move that into the overtime.
I think a lot of it has been said already overall, but knowing the whole budget process and just getting to a place where we can assure that you are going to be supported with whatever we need to do is just the format and how we manage it better. And like Chair said, if it's going to be this format, then you're assured that you will get the positions. But if not, this is how it's going to be. And that kind of is where I'm at and supportive of that format. So.
No, I appreciate the feedback and the suggestions. We want to provide you the information that you're asking for in the manner that you need it. And having a consistent awareness of what the expectation is helpful for us in our planning. As Councilmember Kanashiro mentioned, it's gone back and forth on what this body is expected from KPD and how we use our funds and where we put our funds. So appreciate the clarity.
You want a helicopter?
No.
No. That was a hard no.
I like right where it's at.
I have
Council Vice Chair Cooley.
No, she can go first.
Oh,
Well, when
We'll
you
go back
said you
to
have a
positions.
helicopter, how are we doing with our drone situation? How many drones do we have?
We have, I don't know the specific number, but we have operational drones that are available for use and are being used.
And they're being actively used?
Yes.
There's a page for that, right?
I can't spray.
No, but I know that those can be helpful, so.
Very helpful.
That's awesome.
okay, Council Vice Chair Cooley.
Okay, page 72, master page 107. At the top of the page, position 362, administrative assistant 2. Vacant since November of 22, 865 days. In the budget, it's budgeted for 50,880. I believe it was partially funded before, and this looks like an odd amount of partial funding now, because the range says 54,984 to 81,396. So this is not quite the lower end of the range, which is 54,984. We calculated it out to be 11 months, but
I thought you said you weren't going to
the
go through
recruit
every one.
police officer positions are done, right? That was the big one, 20, 30
What's
positions.
the position number again? I'm sorry.
On the top of page 72,
362.
master page 107,
We filled that.
362.
We filled that position on March 16th.
362, administrative assistant 2.
Yeah. That
So
was,
there's a typo on the vacancy report because it said no activity.
Yeah.
It was just filled.
Just filled, yes. That's the deputy chief secretary.
Deputy,
Or admin
oh, it's a
assistant.
different title?
Well, it's an admin assistant too.
Okay.
There was two issues. The first was it was a right to return position, and then the second thing was we just filled it.
It's filled.
It's filled.
That's correct.
This position, 561, information specialist 2, fully funded at the lower level of the range, vacant since last year. It says reallocating position. Where are you at with the reallocation? Is this going to be completed and the person
Ready for
gonna-
recruitment.
Ready for recruitment, and you're going to start recruitment right away? And have the person-
Absolutely.
Yeah. Criminal-
Council Vice Chair Cooley, do you want us to maybe just send them a question to
No.
provide you with info?
I want to
on
ask
their-
you questions.
Okay.
I did all the work, so they can do a little bit of work.
Okay.
Were we on position 492, criminalist 1, vacant since August of last year. It says no activity, so is this another typo, or are you recruiting? What's going on with this position?
We have 4 in background process for that.
4?
4 applicants in the background process, so we hope to hire before July 1st.
Perfect. You wanted to take a lunch break, Chair? I'm sorry.
Probably take a lunch break at 1. We took our break at 11.
Okay.
So we'll see how far we get. I don't think prosecutor's office is going to take very long either. So
I'm not sure.
I think as we
I'm
get,
not sure, Chair. I have.
so
We
I'm
don't
like
know.
watching the clock. If we get to 45, then we'll see where we're at.
We have until 4:30. No.
Yeah, we'll take lunch at 1 if we get there.
Okay.
Or when we get there.
Position 392, crime scene specialist trainee. I guess the status says background check, so is that the same
That's
kind
the
of thing?
same, so we're actually recruiting for 2 positions with the same, so that 4 applicants are for those 2 positions.
Right.
I have a question on that position.
Go.
So that's not typically an internal hire, right? That's typically an outside hire?
That is correct.
Okay. And so those people probably, like we had somebody, I think from the FBI or something like that, we've had people have some pretty good skills that come in from elsewhere.
We have 2 excellent ones working with us right now, and yeah, it's not a job that's, you need good qualifications.
Yeah, it's not something we can homegrown very easy.
Yes. I mean, for example, I think we had 40-something names referred, and we're down to 4 that actually made it to the background process.
Okay.
Next position 300, Police Investigative Operations Assistant, vacant just since December. Salary is mid-range, but the recruitment status says no activity. So what's the activity?
It's because, so that was one of our 32-year employees retired, and we're going to re-describe that to an admin assistant position.
How long will your re-describing take?
Shouldn't take too long. We're already in the process of seeing what the section needs, so we want to make sure that the job description is in line with the admin assistant, and we confirm that, so now it's a matter of us working with HR.
And you'll get that done, and then the position will be new, and you'll recruit for the position, fill that position, and be ready to go on July 1st.
That's our plan, yes.
Okay.
The good thing is the county, when they well, unless things change with our new workday system, but like there was just a posting that went out for admin assistants, we can actually pull from that recruitment list.
Next position is 491, Police Evidence Custodian 1. Vacant since March of last year, so almost a year. Yeah, it's been a year. Budgeted at the low level, the 47,004, when the range goes to 69,000. And this one also says no activity.
So that was an issue that we are working through because we were supposed to be actively recruiting for continuous recruitment for that. So I think the continuous recruitment posting closed out because we actually had that section filled at one point, and then when that person resigned, we didn't work out our HR in time to get that posted, but
So
our
you-
intent is to continuously hire.
So you've now initiated continuous recruitment,
It's going to be, yes.
and you're hopeful to fill this position.
And we've actually had someone express interest in an 89-day contract for that position to be hired.
Okay. Next one, position 306, Department Staff Assistant 2. Vacant since December, 63,096. It's the bottom of the range to 89,000. This one also says no activity on the vacancy report.
That was one of our another 30-year employees that retired. So we're going to re-describe that position to an accountant, and we're already in the process of that.
Okay, thank you. This one's not budgeted. So you moved the accounting tech position 582 to HR?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So that's not a position you need, or it's just going to still help you, but from HR?
HR is taking payroll from us. That was our payroll.
Okay, payroll.
Yes, so that the duties, the position follows the duties.
Okay. Position 1947, public safety worker. Okay, so there's 5 of these, yeah? 5 public safety worker 1 vacancies. I'm not sure why they didn't all show up together, but they're kind of all over the place. But they do all have, so 5 vacancies, public safety worker 1, all of them vacant more than 257 days. 3 257, 1 358, 1 385. So all of them kind of vacant for a long time. 3 of them were actually dollar funded last budget, but now you're fully funding them all 5 of them. 48,936 is the amount you're funding them at the low level. The range goes up to 72,000. What is your plan for filling these 5 positions? And you must be hopeful because you fully funded all of them.
So we have continuous recruitment for those. The 3 positions that were dollar funded last year is because it was new positions, because we thought we were going to be full, but we're not. So we actually have 3 of those positions that were dollar funded in this current budget being filled by 89-day contract hires, which they will continue to next fiscal year. And we're looking at 2 other people that are interested in coming back after their 6 months being retired, coming back and working in there. So we'll do continuous recruitment, but it's got to be filled. So we're going to be filling with 89-day contract hires.
So when you fill the position with an 89-day hire, do they take the full budget?
I believe so.
As if you hire them in a real position? Because in a real position, it's it's union represented, it has full benefits and everything, and I don't know enough about it.
We pay them at the same rate.
You pay them the same rate, and what about all the
Or
benefits?
I think, well, go ahead.
So 89-day hires can be hired at whatever rate they want to, and I think the chief just said they hired it at that rate. The benefit side of the house is where you would save some money because they wouldn't get the benefits.
Yeah.
But as far as the salary, if they're hiring them at the same rate, then.
But if this is showing up in the budget as if it's a full position to be hired, and if they're not going to really be able to hire them and they're going to have to get by with 89-day hires, and how long can 89-day hires go? 89 and 89 and 89 for 10 years?
They shouldn't be, but right now, because we cannot fill them, then we don't really have an active list to go off of, so you can continue those.
So then, in fact, the fact that it's fully budgeted salary here, it is also fully budgeted benefit, right?
If they're, yes, that's correct.
So dollars and cents wise, they could technically 9-month fund this position because
Well, I think with all of
it
these,
would balance out the savings on the benefit side.
with all of these positions, I don't think anybody has a crystal ball as far as whether they're going to fill it or not, and so they're very hopeful. They've been, out there for a while.
But 3 of them were dollar funded last year.
Because it was brand new. We
Yeah.
put them in as dollar funding to help them recruit because they thought they had applicants. If I recall that they were going to exhaust all their current positions. So we gave them 3 more just last year. They just started out last year.
And to be clear, so part of the thing with this public safety worker is this has been filled by police officers at a much higher rate. So the department has put a concerted effort in trying to fill those at the lower rate as a public safety worker. And so that's why we were recruiting and seeking those people.
Yeah. So basically you're saying that in July 1st of last year, when these 3 positions were created, they were dollar funded, but they've also remained vacant for the entire time.
At the time when we put them in the budget, I believe KPD had active applicants that they thought they were going to fill more than those 2 plus this. They had more that they didn't want to lose them, so they wanted to have these positions. But I'm not sure what actually happened in the recruitment, but they are vacant right now, so they never got filled full time.
Councilmember Cotton has a follow-up question
I
on
have a
that.
follow-up question. So the public safety workers that are often perhaps like retired police officers, what's their job that they do?
So they're not often, we do have some retired, but not often. The 89-day contracts tend to be retired.
Okay, yeah, 89.
Their job is to handle all of the incoming, outgoing, and care of our inmates. It's a critical position that has to have personnel in there, and so that's why we utilize the 89-day contracts.
So are they in cell block?
It's cell block.
Okay, cell block, okay.
Yep, that's cell block.
Okay, just 3 more positions. 2 of them are together, the same position. Position 339 and position 384, both vacant, 257 days. Parking enforcement worker. I believe last budget it was funded at 6 months, but this budget it's fully funded. What's your plans for filling these positions?
Well, my plan is to hire. That's why I asked you guys to help me recruit someone.
That's the position you were talking about with
Yep.
young people or whatever.
That might be.
Yeah, side job. The last one is 9221, program administrative officer. vacant since July of last year. Budgeted for 78,564, which is the low part of the range, which goes up to 144,000. Oh, it says consultation with union. What does that mean?
Since we were, this would be a new supervisor in our fiscal section, we're doing a reorg. We had to meet with HCA and get their approval or their letter of consent. So we did that. So we re-described the position, and we are about ready to post with HR.
Right, so you're done meeting with the union, you're now posting with HR?
Yes.
Because last year it was 6-month funded. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Any other questions for admin? On the admin budget? If not, we'll move on to Administrative and Technical Bureau. I have a question on the R&M vehicles. This year we have 161,000. Last year it was dollar funded, and I think in the prior year it had some money. How come it was dollar funded last year?
So this 161 is because those funds used to be in the patrol budget. We transferred it, the entire operation, back under the ATV or Support Services Bureau, part of the reorg. So those funds just got moved from one area of the department to another.
Okay. Any other questions for A&T?
Trying to look for, where do we do the abandoned vehicles? That is-
Patrol. That's up in the patrol, I believe patrol.
So we passed that
We're not
already?
there yet.
Oh, we're not there yet. Okay, here we go.
Any questions for A&T? Now we'll move on to
Oh, I see it, yeah.
Investigative Services Bureau. Council Vice Chair Cooley.
So under other commodities, what is this new, is this less lethal program? Is that something new? Is that why the line item went up 37,000 or so?
Yes. So this is to support our special response team to expand their ability to utilize and to have access to less lethal weapons in their toolbox.
Like tasers? Or
I'm sorry?
Tasers?
No, not tasers. It is a combination of less lethal munitions.
Or munitions?
Like rubber bullets kind of thing? Or?
Yeah, along those lines.
Munitions. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Any other questions for ISB? Not, we'll move on to Patrol. Councilmember Cowden. Page 127 has the abandoned vehicle information.
I see it now. So it looks like we spent about $300,000, so that's what we have budgeted for the abandoned vehicles. I know that's really a difficult challenge. At one point we had 2 positions handling that. Do we have those 2 positions still yet and filled for?
Chief K is the abandoned vehicle guru. I've been waiting all morning to pass this on to him, but I'm warning you, it's going to take more than a few minutes before we go to lunch. So I don't know if you want to ask another question and come back to this.
So the question was if there's still 2 positions.
Yeah.
We currently only have 1 position, and her primary duty is abandoned vehicle coordinator. So it's a complicated process. You know, part of it is done by the officers in the field, and then once that part of it is done, it goes to our abandoned vehicle coordinator. She does the finalizing of requisitions, the ordering of the tolls, the announcements in the cases that we needs to be announced. So she no longer goes out in the field like it was in the past. Her role is mostly administrative, and it's yeah.
And we put in a web page for people to report them, and is that working well? Does that help the burden?
It's functioning as it should. We get most of our reports through dispatch, I believe.
Okay, and then how many contractors do we have for towing? I remember at one point there was just one, and wasn't always that easy.
We have one contractor that has our abandoned and derelict vehicle contract. In the past, I don't know if this is what you're referring to, where we had two separate contracts and two separate contractors that would manage those two different contracts, but we moved them all together, and it's become more efficient when if the process comes in as a abandoned, and if for some reason it changes, that same contractor can still tow the vehicle, and we don't have to jump over to a different contract,
Okay.
a different contractor, which causes delays.
And so I'm just looking at the buildup. I think part of the thing is that we got safety stickers and everybody has to have a decent car. People used to, you used to get water coming through the floor of the car, it was all right. We have a lot more abandoned vehicles, it seems like, just so many. And so with that one contractor, I remember we had a problem when they have to treat it as a potential crime scene. So it has to sit on the lot for 30 days, something like that. Are we still dealing with that? Because that was part of an explanation a few budgets ago.
So I think what you're referring to is if a vehicle is classified as abandoned, there's a process that needs to go through. And part of it is there's a waiting period.
Yes.
And it's 30 days, and that vehicle needs to be held at Kaua'i at the recycling center. We cannot move forward with disposal or return unless that waiting period is done.
So you find the owner.
Yeah.
So that had been a big barrier because, at least my memory is that we couldn't find a place to park all those cars, and we had trouble finding a tower wanting to take on that responsibility. Is that resolved?
Space is still an issue for our abandoned vehicles. The recycling contractor is kind of maxed out over there, but they have space for our vehicles. They have space for our abandons, and the ones that come in as derelict, they process them as quickly as they can so that it doesn't take up their precious space.
So my guess is, and I'm asking, is this the case, that we have more abandoned vehicles than we have the comfortable capacity to deal with? Like, if we gave you more money, would you be able to pick up more vehicles?
I think that the bigger problem here is that the community, for some reason, seems to think it's okay to drop their cars on the side of the road and leave it there for the county to come and tow it at the taxpayers' expense. I mean, I think that's something that if there's a way to fix that, somehow we need to try and fix that.
We want to fix the behavior problem, I understand, but I mean, I'm wondering if we only have if we have 2 tow trucks that we can use, and they tow every day, there's a finite amount. Like, I'm wondering, is it the money that's the limitation or the capacity?
The money isn't the limitation. I think we budget pretty accurately to what our tow needs are. The contractor is able to keep up with the number of vehicles that we request tolls on. What we recognize, it's been some time now we've been looking at this, but late last year we really started looking hard at our abandoned derelict vehicle process, because we, like most of the public knows, the car sits at a location longer than it should. So we were trying to figure out internally, how do we shorten the window of time that one particular vehicle sits at, I don't know, on the side of the road. So we actually have been meeting internally. We figured out that some of the problems was the administrative process that occurs between the time the vehicle is followed up, posted, and the call for the toll. So what happens in between there, it could be the officer following up to see if the vehicle is still there, if it's an abandoned, the officer writing the report, the supervisor correcting the report getting transferred to the abandoned derelict vehicle coordinator. There's so many links in the chain, and we're trying to figure out where is the break in that chain. So what we decided to do was we're moving what was at the tail end before, which is a call for the toll. We're moving it up front, and we're going to try and do or perform the administrative duties after the toll is called. So kind of based on our analysis, we are hoping to shorten that whole process and cross our fingers that it takes no longer than 7 days to get a vehicle moved from the time you see it to the time it's told, because it's been taking way too long, and it's very frustrating, not only for the community but for us as well, because we get the calls, we get the emails, and we reckon, mayor's office as well, and it all comes to us and to our coordinator. So we're trying to fix that process, but as far as budgeting wise, we believe we're right where we need to be.
I want to just reemphasize something that Chief K said. There is a logistics issue at KPD with our process that we're working to refine. But the problem is actually that people and a system is set up to allow people to just leave cars. We towed between 400 and sometimes 900 cars a year. There's 365 days, sorry, wrong year. There's 365 days in the year, and we towed more than 400 cars a year. So I just want people to understand how huge of a problem this is. I am as frustrated as everybody else is, because it's my responsibility, our responsibility to do something with it. So it's glaring in our face every single time we see that car sitting there. But this is a capacity issue. It's a community issue, and we've got to figure out a way to de-incentivize people from having the ability to just drop a car on the side of the road.
That's one a day. We can do one a day. God bless you.
I got a follow-up.
Council Chair Opposal.
So between derelict and abandoned, we're spending almost 200,000, and you're saying we do about 400 cars a year. So are we paying that much per car?
At least 400. ACK has
how much
the numbers.
how much are we paying per toll?
I don't have the schedule with me right now, but I can give some numbers. Like just abandoned vehicles alone, we processed almost 1,000 in 2024. Wow! And we towed almost 300. Oh, I had this. Thank you. And then
so almost 300 we towed.
Yes.
Just abandoned and derelict.
Just abandoned.
Oh, just abandoned.
Only abandoned. And then for derelict vehicles, nearly 200 reports were investigated, and we towed over 132 derelict vehicle tolls.
Okay, so about 400 cars, and we're spending about 300,000. So I'm not that good at math, but it's pretty close to $1,000 a car.
So
is that about what we're paying?
I have the schedule here, and the tolls are the prices are differentiated by zones across the island. So the outer zones are going to cost more as far as compared to like the tolls that come up in Lihue, for example. Zone ones, which would be most likely on the North Shore, $350 a toll for abandoned and derelict vehicles. And then, let's see.
That's fine. I mean, that sounds about right. And I guess if it requires special equipment, it's probably more. I would assume that if it's a difficult tow, they charge more. But I guess for me, I'm trying to figure out where did the change happen where before, you call them in, the officer would post them, the next day it would be towed. But now you're saying there's a process from that 24-hour period that vehicle is now an abandoned vehicle. Why can't the car be towed at that point?
That's what we're changing to now, Chair. We're going to flip it backwards to where it was before. I don't know at what point it changed, It's been several years now.
Yeah, and that was always a concern. Yeah, I've seen them even up at the house lots, and it's like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's still there with the big colorful sticker.
Right.
So you're saying now you're gonna be towing at that 24-hour period?
That's the plan. That's the plan. So I can give you a range, Sheriff, from the tolls over here. It ranges from, looks like $200 in zone 3 up until the high is $350 in zone 1 and 5.
Okay.
Councilmember Holland?
This is very interesting. So is there potential solutions like that we could think about or that this body could create that would incentivize people that you think of like off the top of your head? Like I'm wondering like, so it's free to drop a car off at Puhi, right? Didn't we just talk about
Yes.
this? There's no charge for somebody to go. So I'm just wondering if there's like some sort of incentive, like $100.
If they have the proper paperwork.
Yeah.
So that they're the owner. If they don't have the paperwork, I think there's a fee to that, or they won't receive
So
it.
maybe if they didn't have the paperwork, we pay them $100 for bringing the car in?
Here's the issue that I see is the transfer process in the state is what facilitates this. I can sell you my car and put it in pending transfer status. You can drive that car until you sell it to Councilmember Kaneshiro, and it's still in pending transfer status with me. He sells it to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. It's never been registered since I owned it. And years later, somebody drops it on the side of the road and leaves it there because they've got no connection to it whatsoever, so they don't care. So I don't know.
State change.
The state has to, we've talked about this for years. I've talked to our legislators at our delegate. They need to change that process that simply makes the last registered owner responsible. Do away with the notice of transfer garbage where you don't have to get notarized and just make the seller. So if I sell my car to Mr. Kaua'i, I'm going to make sure he registers. And how I'm going to do that is make sure he goes with me to DMV.
In a perfect world, I would agree with you, but I don't want to be responsible because he didn't register his car. My former jurisdiction, when I sold the car, I took the plates off and turned them into DMV, which made that vehicle unregistered. So it's illegal to drive it, period. And if the person that bought it drives it with it being unregistered, then we're going to cite it, tow it, and take it. So, I mean, I don't want to have to hold anybody's hand to go to DMV to register a car.
You're right.
Well, I mean, that's the only way you're going to be able to
take the license plates off.
penalize. Well, it doesn't matter, right? I mean, a lot of these guys driving around anyway. The problem is when that car gets left off without license plates, you're in the same.
But at least, I hear you, and I'm not, you're right to that point. But at least, I only have one person to go, but no, I don't know. Listen, it's somebody else's
complicated.
problem.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not so here.
You know, if I want to sell my car, I just instead of meeting me at McDonald's parking lot, meet me at DMV.
I just
If you
have
like
no
pick up my
idea
car,
why
meet me at
it
DMV.
seems like this is the only jurisdiction I've ever lived in that people just dump their cars on the side.
This whole state, it happens.
Yeah, I
throughout
know.
the state.
That's what I mean. The whole state.
Yeah,
So
that-
something. It's
a very-
something in our law.
It's a
or
very
something.
simple fix. It's that notice of transfer because the moment somebody gets fined or cited and has to pay $1,000 fine or the cost of the toll or whatever it is because they failed to register their car, the word gets out real quick. And yeah, I mean, I think it's not that much to ask if I'm selling my car.
We should look at, I don't know.
I mean, you know, either
We're not
have
gonna
it
solve that
notarized
here.
in front of
I
a
know.
notary or in front of at the DMV. I mean, that's how you fix this problem because right now it's, why would you take them to Puhi when you can just take them down the road?
Well, if you're paying $100 to show up with the car.
Didn't
But who's going to pick up the car? Who's going to
Didn't we
pick
try
the
to
car?
tie that up at the DMV at one time? No.
It's just that the state law requires, all the state law requires is that the seller file that notice of transfer. Also requires the buyer to, and on that notice of transfer, you write the name of the person that you sold it to, but that's not a bill of sale. That's not proof that you sold the car.
Interesting.
I mean, the state needs to tighten that up.
I think another thing that happens is for many cars, it's like the last use is definitely not whoever bought it, and it might be their home, and it doesn't even keep moving, you know. So it's the car isn't drivable to get it to Pui, so it just rots wherever it ended.
Okay. Any other questions for patrol? Not the only last item is the criminal assets fund, which money is going to training and other services.
I have one question.
Councilmember Cowden.
That is, the asset forfeiture fund, I know a number of years back that had to go into the general fund. Can you just give me a little story on the asset forfeiture? I know why people lose their property because they're moving drugs in a boat or something like that, right? But does that go into the police?
It goes into that separate fund for the asset forfeiture fund, and those monies are there specifically for us to utilize.
So $100,000 for this year is relatively low. Do you know where that came from? Was that like multiple seizures or?
So we have a finite amount of funds in there, and so we set aside $100,000 per year to give us access for any type of training and travel that we didn't anticipate in the budget. We try not to use those funds because when they're gone, they're gone. They don't get replenished like the laws have changed, things have changed, and so we don't have the regular access to funds that we used to have.
Okay, that's probably what I want to know, because I believe the law might have changed because it wanted to stop even the perception of predatory. You could go after things. Some police department somewhere could go after properties if they needed more money, and so that's not the case. You can't do that anymore.
We still can get asset and forfeiture funds. It's just that it's not as common and as expansive as it has been in the past.
Okay. All right. And so that $100,000 is coming from an earlier year.
Yes. That fund balance hasn't changed much at all in the 6 years I've been here.
Okay.
Okay. And so where we're at now, we've got maybe 5 minutes before we have to take lunch, or we can go a little bit longer. I don't have any questions for prosecutors. I went through their budget. You guys have a lot of questions, and I'll say we'll take lunch now. You guys are done.
Chief,
if
thank you. I don't know when your end time is or not, but it's nice to have you.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Good to see you.
I don't think so. I think we should be able to finish up.
I have some questions for the prosecutor.
Take lunch then.
They're not real extensive questions, but I definitely have some.
Yeah. If that's the case, we'll take our 1 hour. Sorry, we'll take our lunch. It'll be 1 hour, and we'll be back to finish up with prosecutors. Okay, Mike's. You guys ready?
Where's that go?
Are you sure? Wait, call police back. I got a few more questions.
Yeah, Tommy just gave me a list, so.
Okay, you guys ready? Ready? Okay, welcome back. Proceeding with our budget meeting, we are on the Office of the Prosecuting Attorney. So Rebecca, if you wanna just go through your synopsis, and then we'll ask any questions on that, and then we'll move on to the budget. Yeah.
Okay, Rebecca Leakey, Prosecuting Attorney. Good afternoon, Chair and Council members.
Afternoon.
I have ASO Nicole Pongasi with me and Life Choice Instructor Diane DeHart present and available to answer questions as well. Our budget is relatively flat with salary, wages, and benefits making up the lion's share of our budget. And in addition to enforcement and prosecution, our office also focuses a great deal of attention on prevention and working with our county, state, and federal partners. And we support prevention efforts in the community with our Life Choices grants. This year focusing on investing in youth programs and pro-social activities for adolescents. We continue to have challenges with recruitment and retention in our deputy prosecutor positions. We currently have 3 attorney vacancies. We are continually recruiting for deputies, but it is challenging to compete with other counties and agencies that allow fully remote work, because we don't allow that. And we also have 3 recent clerical vacancies. So that's mainly the overview that I wanted to present, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions.
Any questions on the write-up? Councilmember Collin.
Well, first of all, I want to say good job for applying for grants. You guys are in front of us regularly. I tried to look in all of this. I didn't see a revenue line. Like, how much, do you know how much in grants you get, or what percentage of your revenue input is from grants? Because I think you, more than probably any other department, are pretty successful at getting grants.
We just tried to kind of put together what we could, because we were advised that you may be asking this question.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry I don't have the specific number, but I think it's between $400,000 and $600,000. So if that's added to our total amount, which is about $7.6 million, I'd say it's about 6% of our budget total.
All right.
So it's significant, but it's
not
huge, right?
Okay. Okay. I want to understand why our reentry program hasn't moved forward, the Kaua'i Pico program, because it's so desperately needed, and I was so thrilled that it was going to be happening already. Why didn't it happen?
It is happening. We're just in the planning stages. So we meet monthly or even more regularly with our partners on that grant, but we haven't officially rolled out the grant because we haven't presented our entire deliverable plan to the Bureau of Justice Administration. So what happens with the grant is we get awarded the grant from BJA, Bureau of Justice Administration. And then there is a technical advisor appointed from CSG, which is the Council of State Governments, who we meet with regularly to outline a plan that has to be approved by BJA. So we're meeting regularly with them and taking action to build partnerships in the community, attending community meetings, and doing a lot of prevention work through our Life's Choices before we get awarded the entire amount. One of the challenges with this grant is that there is a payout tied to performance. So what that means is we have to show that we have to pay our subcontractor based on an individual not recidivating. It's a very unique program, but in the past what's happened with these federal grants is that people were unhappy because they didn't think that they showed results. So they want payouts tied to results. But trying to quantify that and come up with that equation is challenging. So we're about 2/3 of the way through our planning process, and this last third is kind of what's causing a little bit of the delay in the final rollout of the program. So that's where we are. So we're partnering with these different agencies, but it has to be tied to that performance aspect, and it's a little bit challenging to do that. So we're trying to decide how we want to define recidivism, because it can be defined different ways.
whether that's rearrest, whether it's recharge, somebody getting charged with an offense, or reconviction. So there's a lot of different moving parts, but we are meeting regularly with them. The CSG folks keep us on track in meeting our grant deadline. So it's still happening. It just takes time. The planning phase takes kind of a while.
So how can we get more information? Because the others, like the police department and the fire department, they have a commission. So every month they have a really good police report and fire report, and it's got all these elements, and prosecutor's office doesn't have anything like that, not for us, no matter how often I ask, which is almost every year I ask. So I'm really frustrated that I haven't gotten it, and I don't get any data. I don't know, how many people plea bargain out, I don't, but what I do see, because I can look on eCourt Kokua, is all this, I would say chronic offenders, right? They're people who are, repeat offenders. And they come out, constantly come out. So it is a little nerve-wracking for the neighborhood. Where can we see that data so we're able to know what works and what doesn't work? Because somebody's a repeat offender all the time. It's either the reentry program isn't working and we don't have one, or they aren't being effectively prosecuted to keep them from a next kill or a next death. These aren't small problems, some of them.
Okay. I'm going to do my best to try to address this question. In that, I think it's a real oversimplification, what you're saying, and I think I personally take offense to your implying that our office is not performing well, because we are on the front lines. I am on call 24/7 responding to incidents. Yesterday we had a number of deputies staying late and working on an incident that happened yesterday. I'm in the process of extraditing an individual. Just because anecdotally you hear about an individual case, that doesn't indicate a systemic problem. Just because there's an individual out of custody who gets arrested does not mean that my reentry program is not effective. Our office invests tons of resources in prevention, and what we deal with are the problems. So even if our office is performing perfectly, there's still going to be drugs and there's still going to be crime. And a lot of these repeat offenders, there are individuals who are a nuisance in the community. There's no doubt about it. But in reviewing the arrest records for a number of these individuals, almost the vast majority of things that folks get arrested for on Kaua'i are petty misdemeanors and below. Petty misdemeanors are punishable by up to 30 days in jail. So I cannot lock somebody up and throw away the key for a petty misdemeanor. And I guess if it is a feeling in the community that we need to lock people up for longer, that is an issue that needs to be dealt with at the legislature. But I don't think that the constituents on Kaua'i or statewide really want us to be locking people up for the rest of their lives, paying in excess of $150 grand a year to lock somebody up for a theft case.
I would agree. I'm just.
And I really don't see. I heard that you mentioned murder, and you mentioned that in your correspondence with me. There are not murderers getting out and getting deals, at least not under my watch. So I would take.
Okay, well, we can meet on that. I think that's not the budget. We will have a meeting, and we will look very specifically at the cases, because it can be murder, it can be homicide, it can be different things. I'm not concerned.
Well, murder and homicide are not the same things. They're outlined in the statutes, so you can't just throw different offenses around.
Okay,
and
intentional killing or unintentional killing, that somebody dies. So those things, like when we look at the police reports, we have monthly reports of who's arrested, what kind of crimes, what happens, and it's really good to have that comparative with how it's handled, on the other side of it. Prosecutor, I don't want to keep beating on that point, but I really feel like it's completely inadequate that we don't have any kind of report to be able to look at performance. You know, so all we have is anecdotes when we have no performance reports.
Well, last year you had submitted a budget follow-up request that we responded to with, I understand that you are very pleased with the information you received from the police commission, but I don't think that it adequately reflects the amount of work that our office is doing in assisting the police department. All morning this morning and throughout almost every day, our office is correcting typographical errors and all kinds of messes in KPD reports, which is not in the police commission report. I can give you a number of the number of cases like I did last year that were convictions as charged, convictions by plea bargain, convictions at trial, convictions to a lesser offense. But I don't think that gives you what you're asking for
I would like
either.
that.
Okay, we did it last year. I have the data from last year, and I can give you the data from this year
I'd
as
like
well.
it like quarterly. Yeah, thank you, that would be good.
Well, I can see what our system can pull before I can promise that. But our office is also very busy dealing with crimes as they occur. So I want you to understand, and I want council to understand, that you asking my staff, when we have 3 clerical vacancies and multiple people out on leave, to run these stats compromises public safety. I would like at least a little bit of time to respond to the inquiries, because I tried to print out, the reason I was 2 minutes late is I printed out, where's the papers? Oh, right here. This, in anticipation of your complaint. So I have to go through this. I'm going to have somebody in my office go through this and compile a graph for you, which I will do because that's what I am expected to do, but that diverts my team from responding to violent offenses in the community. We had multiple felony arrests yesterday that we had to process, but I'll do it. I mean, and you could have your number of convictions by plea bargain and convictions by trial.
I'll take that packet if you want to give me that.
This has confidential information in it that I cannot give to you.
All right.
Yeah.
Do other people have questions?
Council Vice Chair Kaua'i.
I feel like she's asking for basic data that you should have in your report once a year when you come to us for budget.
No problem.
So I don't see it in here. And we're not asking you to divert your staff and spend way too much time on it, but spend a little bit of time on it so that we can at least see some numbers.
Okay, can you tell me exactly? I mean,
What she's asking for.
The inquiries that were from last year's budget request.
KPD gives the report. It shows the arrests that they make and whatever. If you want to say violent offenses, this offensive, and other prosecutors have done it in the past. Just give us the big view of what you're doing, what you're accomplishing for our people, so that when somebody in the community says, all these people are running free, whatever, no, we have these numbers. This is what we're doing. Police arrested this many by this category, prosecutor did this by this category, prosecutor achieved this by this category, and you don't win all the cases, we get that, that's fine, you don't win them all, but at least show us the basics, the basic data on what we're doing for our community
Okay, so
when it comes to crime. Yeah.
I don't know what reports they've provided in the past or
I'm
what.
just reading this.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that,
They're the
if
subject.
they submitted something last year, if you wanted the same information but updated for this year, or if you want something different, then maybe we specify a question to the staff and say,
They are the subject matter experts. I don't tell the police what they need to report. I don't tell the fire department what they need to report. I'm sure there are national standards. That's what we discussed, is to look at what is the national standard across counties. Or you could look at what's in the other counties so that we know, so we have a comparative. Are we doing well or are we not doing well? And I've actually asked all 6 years that I've been in here before she was here, that we should have a baseline of performance. And so with the police and the fire, we don't have to ask as hard, because every month we see what happens, how it happens, because they're accountable to a commission. And in the, we have to hear the fear of the community. We have to hear where there's a morale problem in the police department. We have to hear that. We don't have anything to look and go, all right, you're right, no, this, there's no documentation that shows any kind of performance that we ever get. And as committee chair for public safety, I don't get it, and I should be getting it. And
Well, you've gotten it every year after budget pursuant to your request, and you got it last year, and I can follow up.
I haven't gotten it every year. I have to ask very, very hard, and it should be given. I don't want to have to ask. I want it. How do I even know the right questions to ask? I make a guess just like he made a guess. I want to have consistent data so that we know what's working and what's not. I will let it go for this conversation because I want to go back to that. But I'm letting you know, and I've let you know more than once, I am absolutely unsatisfied based on the fear of people in the community. They are afraid to complain. They're afraid to call. They're afraid to even have an arrest because the person is just going to be out. And even if they go to jail, they're not going to jail for very long. And so it is a real fear that's in the community, and I have nothing to really
and
look
we've
at.
discussed this at length, and I think that you equating complaints on individual cases to a systemic problem with me is not accurate.
A systemic problem with the department of not giving us the data, so we have.
Well, every time you inquire, I respond and I give you the data that you request. Just like, I have it all from last year, 2023, 2022, but the data isn't illustrative of the issues that arise in individual cases, and I can't discuss the specifics of one individual case with you, because when we discuss things, it'll be like this one situation. It's like, well, there's complexities in individual investigations that arise. So I'm happy to give you the numbers.
I think at this point, maybe just copy the report you given last year.
Okay.
And update it, and then maybe like next year budget, just remember, just include it.
No problem.
And yeah, we'll chew on the numbers or whatever information is in there.
And we'll meet before the second half of the budget.
Councilmember Kaua'i.
And I would say too, I appreciate whatever help you're giving to KPD. Any help that you give to them, that's great. And if it ends up being a significant amount of your resources or time or whatever, then let us know that too in your basic report. The basic data about what you're accomplishing and how you're spending your time. It's not meant to be critical. It's just meant to have an idea for the community. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I just want to be sure you guys get the correct information. I remember in the past, clearly, Justin Collar came in and I told him, what, you got like 100-page PowerPoint? And he said, yeah, and he actually had like a PowerPoint that he presented to us that was close to 100 pages. So I stopped him at like 45 or 50. We were like 1 hour into the meeting. And I said, you know what, you got to give us highlights. So, I just want to be sure, let's just be sure that you're getting the information you want, that they're not having to spend a lot of time on information you don't actually want, and just we're clear on what we're getting, what we're expecting from each other. That's all I want. I don't want you guys to get information that you're like, I don't even need this. They had to spend time to put it together. Let's just be clear on what you guys want. And so for now, I've just asked Rebecca to provide whatever report she provided last year that you asked for. She's going to update it for this year. If there's anything you don't want in it or what, then let her know. But.
Okay, and we'll meet.
We can follow up with specific questions in writing.
You can define the information that you want. I think that is critical, is depending on what information this body wants. I do want to say, though, there is a very huge difference between the police department and the fire department, because they're appointed by the commission, and that's why they report to the commission.
And they're accountable.
The prosecutor is accountable to the voters. We don't appoint her. We don't hire her. The people do. So if there's an issue with requests going across the street and it's not being responded to, that's a valid concern. But to expect the prosecutors to be reporting to us every quarter or every month like the police and fire, I think that's not appropriate. For what? And, I think, and I know this because I've worked as a cop, I've worked as a prosecuting attorney, I've been in a council forever. The police can make 1 million arrests. Their standard to make an arrest is much lower than the standard for the prosecutor to prosecute. So not every arrest that the police make is going to be prosecuted.
Sure. That's understood.
So, so you cannot make that comparison that, if KPD went to the police commission meeting and said we made 300 arrests last month and a prosecutor is charged 8 of them or 10 or 20 of them or whatever it is, it's two different things. You're not comparing the same thing. So I just want to be fair.
But we wouldn't know because we're not seeing anything.
Well,
Then she
I
could
don't
tell
know-
us what explains it.
I don't know what we asked for. I don't know what we
A
asked
basic report with basic data by category of type of offensives with what the police had and what the police gave to you to do and what you did with it.
Well, again,
It's pretty basic.
You got to understand how that dynamic works because the police may make an arrest today, but that case may not go to the prosecutor for another month or two. So it's not you're not comparing the same thing. So I think
We understand
asking the prosecutor to give us an overall summary of how many cases they accepted, how many cases they charged, how many cases, and I think she said she has the number of, I think you said convicted as charged, convicted, whatever. You gave all the different.
Is once a year reasonable for us to get this information?
I agree.
Because it's not in here.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
But I didn't see that in the police one either.
Because they do it every
I
month.
didn't see it in the police one either. The police narrative did not have their case log and their case load.
But as I said, with both the police and the fire, I
I'm just
appreciate that I
saying,
see it every month.
I
so
just want to be
everyone's
fair.
clear.
You're saying they need to do it like the police. Well, the police didn't do that.
Well, they need it. I want to have some sort of transparency and some sort of accountability, and
Then
we don't
just
have it.
then request the information. And I think what Mr. Cooley is saying.
I'll put my request in writing and it's more simple.
But I'm just
maybe than what she's
I
asking
think,
for.
because
I don't
people
know.
watch this thing, right? And you're inferring that the prosecutor's office didn't do something that the police did, and they
Nobody's
didn't.
inferring anything. We're just trying to do our
Trying to
job.
be fair.
No, but I was getting that feeling too that, police did this and
Police
they
said,
didn't.
we got
but
nothing from the police except a bunch of salaries.
Police gave a description of some operational successes. It didn't give that information
But
that you're providing.
As I said, it's easy to read through their things and look at it because every month we see how it progresses. There's a very, very transparent oversight of the activities and the amount
I don't
of
see the
cases.
transparency with KPD. And not that I expect it. Unless I want it, I can request it. I don't see the need for this body to get a report every month from KPD, how many cases they investigated, how many cases they made arrests. Why we on the county council would need that? I don't know. Unless you work in a special project and you're working with a constituent, that's another story. But generally speaking, we don't get that from, we don't get planning department, how many permits they got applied and how many they passed. We don't get all of that stuff. We're not micromanagers, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But it's not unreasonable to ask what happened last year. I fully agree with that. But if we don't ask, we don't get.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying.
Councilmember Carvalho.
And that's all I was going to say. I mean, I appreciate what you folks do, but at the same time, upon request, are you open to that?
Absolutely, I'm not
We
gonna.
can clarify, this is why we need this at this time. These are some of the things that I really need help on. Are you open to doing that? That's all.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions
Yeah.
on the Council Vice Chair Cooley?
So on your narrative on the second page, I guess, below the chart, you talk about a travel training account, airfare, per diem, car rentals. It's not a lot of money there, but the comment says the deputy prosecuting attorneys, and you have several of those positions, right? How many you have total?
17.
17. So 17 positions. They're being afforded the benefit of attendance at 1 or 2 professional development training courses in their specialized field of prosecution on the continent. Do you have enough money in these budgets to give 17 people 2 opportunities to go to the continent for training?
It's not solely taken from these funds. So 2 of our deputies are funded by grants. So one is VAWA, or partially funded by VAWA, and one is partially funded by a grant from the Department of Transportation. And so those grants would fund those attorneys' trainings on the continent. We also have we use our asset forfeiture funds also to assist with training. So it doesn't all come from this specific account. And we do have 3 vacancies as well. So that's not, we're not sending, and not everybody goes. So we have a number of newer deputies. I typically don't like to send anybody to a training unless they've been at our office for at least a year to show some sort of commitment to the county before we invest additional expenditures in sending them to a training unless it's something really specific to what their area of expertise is.
So I basically, and you can just follow up in writing, want to see what your plan is and how you're paying for it, because I don't want this to be line items that you just put a little bit of money in and then later you transfer a ton of money into them because you initially intended to send X amount of people, right? If X amount of people are going, then you need to show the dollars to pay for them to go. That's all. And then the other side of this is, and I think I was asking HR and other departments too, is that when you're making a significant investment in training your people, which I think is important, you know. But on the flip side, what's also important is that when we invest in our employees, especially significantly, that they stay with us and provide service back to the community. So I don't know what the answer was, if the attorney was checking on it or what, but maybe you should consider some kind of, you know, if you're, you know, going to these trainings and getting X amount of investment, that you stay with us for at least a year or whatever. And then if not, then you cover half of the cost of the training or something. Just look at something so we make sure that.
And I think salary commission, we discussed this at the salary commission in regards to possibly assisting with the payment of student loans and that a similar sort of arrangement. And I think that's a county attorney or HR question.
And I always kind of like want to see the carrot versus the stick thing anyway, right? But so I don't know what the answer is, but so I have another separate item.
Okay. Any more questions on the synopsis? Narrative. Councilmember Holland.
I appreciate this summary. I learned a lot, actually. I'm learning a lot, like I keep saying, but I didn't even realize that the Kaua'i Fentanyl Task Force, which I've actually joined and tried to attended a few meetings, is a part of the Life's Choices work. And so I researched a lot last night about the extent of that. And so I really appreciate that. And particularly that program, I think it would be great for the community to better understand that roots back to your office. Because I've heard a couple people make comments. I guess somebody was distributing recently and was like, "Oh, I just saw this, and like it's great that they're doing that." And I just think it's an important and valuable thing that you guys do, and it's good to understand that that's coming from efforts and funds from your department. And then under B, the operational highlights, great job. Like those programs and the amount of outreach. I'm curious on item C, the $1 million that's allocated in the budget. Is that what's going to item C?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
And just to know, we are trying to work on a little bit strengthening our social media and public service campaign in regards to creating a video about the administration of Narcan, and we're Mike Miranda mainly is doing the trainings, but we're working with different schools, organizations, hotels who want to do the training for their staff and their employees. So it's really exciting. I think a lot of lives have been saved. It's really a thrilling thing that we're doing in our office. So I'm glad that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Councilmember.
What is Mike Miranda's position right now?
Re-entry coordinator.
I have a question, and I'm only thinking of this because I heard about it, I think, in a prior grant from housing. When it comes to mental health, are there a lot of mental health programs around? I think this goes more back towards like homeless and how are we dealing with homeless. I think right now the only places homeless go are either the hospital or to jail, right? But I think there's like other type of services they need, which I'm not volunteering the county to provide. But it is definitely a gap in service where like these people need help. Is there any type of resources where it comes to like mental health on Kaua'i?
It's pretty limited. I mean, as you've noticed. So what we're trying to do is we're in the planning stages. Again, we have another Bureau of Justice Administration grant, and we're partnering with Council for State Governments and Ho'ola Lahui Hawaii to try to link people up who are lower level offenders with services through Ho'ola. That's not, I guess, the ideal, but it's sort of hopefully a stopgap measure for folks who are not too far suffering too badly from mental illness that hopefully they could get linked with services. And it's a great program because Ho'ola has their mobile clinics, so they're able to reach almost the entire island. And they already provide services to a lot of justice-involved individuals because they get referred through other programs. So that's what we're trying to do. There have in the past been a number of court programs, but it's really challenging in my experience to work with the judiciary and have them as like another person involved in the programming. So that's why we tried to start this other diversion program for lower level folks with Ho'ola, because they're better able to address the needs of that population. And they're able to serve houseless individuals. In the past, a lot of programs through the judiciary will not work with houseless individuals, which is the bulk of kind of the issue in regards to the mental illness and criminal aspects.
I have a follow-up on that.
Councilmember Cotton.
So, correct me if I'm wrong and that things have changed. The state really holds the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Health, right? So, both of them offer some programs.
They do, yes.
So, the county isn't by charter supposed to be really handling that. It's like doing something extra, which is good that's happening through the justice. But he asked about people without housing or unhoused, houseless people, and there is, I think, a lot of people almost lose their stability when you're unhoused for long enough. But working closely with them, some of them they do go for appointments with social services and Department of Health that I think are trying to do that. I mean, there's a stab at it from the state.
Council Vice Chair Cooley.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused about these two different pots of money. So, a Ho'i Kapico program, $1 million. Michael Miranda responsible for getting this grant. That's what you were talking about when you say you're having these meetings, you have to do a deliverable plan.
Correct. But the same thing with the mental health grant that we just
Which
got,
is the $550,000.
We were just awarded that recently.
Just
so we,
awarded. So those are two separate grants, two
both
separate
from the local
purposes.
government,
And then somebody pointed to C, but that's a grant program where you're giving out money.
That's life choices.
Okay. A third separate thing.
That's us giving grants out to community organizations.
So now back to the second part. We're also starting a mental health and family court diversion program where we refer defendants to Ho'olalahui for assessment and treatment, or for domestic violence cases where the couple is staying together to couples counseling with a licensed therapist. That's the referral. So we're getting $550,000 just to refer people off to Ho'ola, or do we have an arrangement with Ho'ola where they're a partner delivering services and we're paying them?
We're planning to have one of our deputies handling this program when it fully rolls out at 0.25%. So
Okay.
a quarter of her position will be funded. I already have her working on it, but only in a really limited capacity because we do have people in the program. We have people who have completed the program already, but it hasn't fully expanded yet. So we are going to be giving some funds to Ho'olalahui. Ultimately, the plan is, which we haven't completely finalized yet because there's some logistical issues, is there will be a outreach worker from Ho'olalahui at the Office of the Public Defender for 3 3-hour shifts a week, so a total of about 9 hours a week, to assist when the public defender is meeting with their clients to help link the individuals to services. And our hope is that will prevent reoffending for the individuals who are potential participants in the program. We're also partnering with Vera Institute, which we've partnered with before, to do data analysis, which is another required part of that grant for BJA, is to provide data on outcomes for the individuals who participate. So part of it goes to the funding of a DPA position, part of it goes to Ho'ola, and part of it goes to Vera Institute for the data tracking.
Can you provide a breakdown later, or your best estimate is like budgeting at this point, because you're still planning it, right?
Correct. So we've been allocated $100,000 in this planning phase currently. So
Of the 550.
Correct.
100,000 upfront. And the 550 is meant for multi-year?
Yes, I think 2.5 years total. We're hoping to roll it out in July. So we budgeted it to start in July with the different allocations, but we haven't finalized it yet.
And then my only other thought is, so how do you establish this relationship with Ho'ola that you're giving them money for? Like, I mean, you negotiate a contract? I mean, what kind of information can you provide on that? And then do you offer the contract to other nonprofits or?
We have an MOU. with Ho'ola and a contract with them.
Okay, an MOU and a contract. So then my only last question on this has to do with, and just more detail would be helpful. Here my question I wrote when I was reading this the other night. How was Ho'olalahui selected to provide this service? Is there any evidence that couples counseling for domestic violence cases is a best practice? And then, are we aware if Ho'olalahui will do a lethality assessment of the abuser prior to initiating each of those couples counseling? And if not, will we as a county have any kind of liability, or were we having Ho'ola sign some kind of an agreement with us that frees us of any kind of liability if they undertake what might be a practice that is not safe, potentially unsafe, and something happens?
I'll do my best to answer those questions. I might not have.
Yeah, and you can follow up later too.
In regards to why Ho'olalahui was selected for this program, is that we were trying to identify a medical service provider that was able to meet the needs of the entire community. And so with their mobile outreach units, they're really able to access and be in contact with vulnerable populations on all sides of the island. They also have the capacity. They have the capacity to take on new clients. So in reaching out to other providers, they're either short-staffed or unable to take on new clients. And they're already servicing a lot of members of this population that we're trying to help. So that's how they were selected. In regards to the family court, it's not exactly a diversion program. So in the past, what we've done is that individuals, if the complainant in a domestic violence case is not cooperative, so the victim, the survivor, is not cooperative in the prosecution because they're staying together. What we've done is said, okay, well, we want the person charged with the offense to complete domestic violence intervention program with the YWCA, and then upon completion and showing a certificate, we will dismiss the case against them. We decided to offer this program as an alternative to that. So what we would do is we write up a plea offer, right, and it says, if you complete this program, we'll dismiss the charges against you. But this is another option because domestic violence intervention through the Y, I don't know if it's $25 or $35 per session, and it's via Zoom. It can be cost prohibitive for defendants. It costs up to $700 for them to complete it. The program at Ho'olalahui, I believe, is 12 to 17 sessions, so it's less sessions. And it also, as part of the program, they do work with children as well, so they have more expansive services. So that was the idea, is that it allows folks to complete it more quickly, and it takes the cost element out of it. I don't have metrics in regards to the evidence of how these couples are doing in the future, but it just seemed like a good idea to offer more options. Correct.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Ho'olalahui goes, I think they're an amazing organization, so I just don't know what else they do.
A lot.
Yeah, and maybe venturing into a new area as well. But we do have to be careful about the liability piece. Then my last question is on that last piece, that's C, which is a grant program, right? Is it brand new first year, this past year?
Second year.
So second year, and it's $1 million a year?
It is,
$1 million. And so you will, you probably have, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna go back and look at it, provide a report each year when the grants are all given out, how much goes to who, to do what, basically, like CDBG gives us a report, or, I mean, housing and other people.
It's through our Life's Choices program.
Yeah.
I don't know that we provided a report. I think it probably is part of our budget analysis as to who got each award.
So in here, you listed a whole group of organizations.
Correct. I didn't,
But maybe you can follow up with just a basic report saying what they applied for, what they got, what they're gonna do for that amount of money.
Absolutely.
Basic. With all grant programs, I think, it's important also too that we let everybody know about it, so more people apply, right?
I
So
tried
that
to
we
do
say
like 4 press releases on it to
when-
encourage
yeah.
applicants, and we got
when the cycle is, what the application process is, who's eligible, what's the smallest grant, what's the largest grant,
Okay.
all of that provided. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any more questions on the synopsis? Councilmember, we'll move into the budget. Councilmember Holland?
Yes, please. So, just a couple of things. The stars and some of these are, is any of this partially federally funded?
Yes.
Okay. Which ones of those are partially federally funded, and is that the dollar amount at the bottom of page 34?
I think all the starred ones are partially federally funded.
Okay. And the 3 at the bottom that are $1 funded, what's the reason for that?
Those are also grant funded.
Okay, yeah, and that would include what is Mike Miranda's position,
Correct.
2835, right?
Yes.
Okay, so those are grant, and then federal with the stars. Are we anticipating, are we planning ahead for some of those funding possibly not coming in? I'm just, I don't know how to say that.
I think we're prepared for that possibility.
Okay.
Although anything could happen, clearly, I feel relatively confident that at least the grants that fund the prosecutor positions, like domestic violence grant, career criminal prosecution, so like it's only focused on repeat offenders. We have a grant for that, and then we have an opioid and methamphetamine prosecution. I don't think those are going to be cut. It could happen, right? But it's only partially funding these deputy positions. And then the victim witness ones, again, violence against women, I feel pretty confident that that's a pretty solid funding source.
Okay.
It's possible that there could be an issue with the reentry, but it seems like Congress has approved that funding for a length of time. Again, anything could happen, but I think we're relatively solid.
Okay, good. That was my only question.
Positions, yeah. So that's to page 34, page 23, the positions. I think I see a total of, from the vacancy report, 5 vacant positions. The top one, starting at the top, E44, vacant since November of last year, 119 days. It's funded at the full level on the low range of, at the highest range of the spectrum of the range. It says blank up to 136,512. But the recruitment status is exempt hire, no HR activity. So what is your plans for filling this position?
We're constantly actively recruiting for these. So we have ads on Indeed and HSDA, and we regularly do receive applicants. But often folks aren't qualified or ready to move to Hawaii. So we're constantly recruiting. There hasn't been a lot of movement or interviews recently, but sometimes it shifts and sometimes they come in waves. So it's hard for me to predict, and we want to make sure we're getting good folks. We have been working with the law school as well to try to coordinate with them to coordinate interviews on campus, but we're not getting a lot. It's challenging, again, to compete with unless somebody's really committed to staying on Kaua'i or returning to Kaua'i, to compete with the other offices.
So then I noticed the other next two positions is 9089 and 9087. and they're both the same position, the same salary, the same recruitment status, exempt hire, no HR activity. So it's the same answer.
Same.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. And then near the bottom, position 2816. Oh, so 2816 legal clerk 3 was only vacant since February, but it says selection made. So you made a job offer. Did they accept?
Nicole Pogazzi, Administrative Services Officer with the County of Kaua'i Office of the Prosecuting Attorney. We did make an offer, however, the offer was denied in the middle of March.
Okay. So you're going to go right back to recruiting?
Yes.
Or did you have more candidates and you can make a second offer?
We had one candidate for that position. HR will be
back to recruiting
again. Continuous recruitment.
And then the last position, near the bottom, 9102, vacant quite a while, since June of 22, 1,000 days. It's actually 6-month funded, so at the is that enough for 6-month funding? Because the range, according to the vacancy report, was 48,936 to 72,372.
Yes. So the process server position is actually partially funded as well by via grant.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
That's the double asterisk right there. Okay. So ultimately, the recruitment status says no activity, but are you at some point, because now you're allowing yourself more time because you're 6-month funding?
Yes, that's also on continuous recruitment.
Okay. Continuous recruitment. Thank you. That's all the positions. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions on the budget?
I have one more on the next page.
Councilmember Cooley.
Let's see. Okay. Nearer to the bottom, there's a line item called Grant Employee Benefits, and it's pretty significant at 262,900, and it was up 95,000 or 50%, 57%. What is this like?
So that is because there were some grants that decreased their amount that they were giving us, and attorney positions have increased their salaries, and fringe benefits have subsequently increased as well. So because of those factors, we did have to request for additional monies to cover all of the gap.
So the grant is not enough to cover the full pay and benefit.
Fringe benefits, correct.
So it's still covering the full salary, but you're needing this funds in here to cover the benefits?
That's correct.
And that's applying to a few positions?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. I think maybe you should send us the detail on that, because then it's basically telling us too, like some people have warned in the past, like it's nice to get grants and be positions, but then in the end we may be stuck with having to pay for them. So this is the slippery slope, right, of us ultimately.
You would prefer that I included the exceptions? Is that what you're, or within the synopsis?
With this 262,900 is a different line item for grant employee benefits. So how much of that is being paid for what positions?
Oh, like the breakdown.
Break it down.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can follow up with it.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay. That's it for me.
Okay. Any other questions from the members?
Wait, next page. Detail. Oh, one more. Page 36. Master page 36.
Sure.
So near the middle to the bottom. Okay. Yeah. Granting aid. It says adult and adolescent mental health and substance abuse community program grants. Oh wait, so that's the million.
Correct.
From C. Okay.
Yes.
I thought now this was something else. Because sometimes you have different names for things. But okay, I got it. That's the same thing. Yeah. Okay, that's done.
That's the life choices grants.
Done.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? I guess I got to take over. Anybody else have questions? Being that there's none, okay. Thank you so much. We're done. Okay, we're done for the day. Thank you, everyone, for a productive session. At this time, I would like to recess the departmental budget reviews. We will reconvene tomorrow, Friday, April 4th, 2025 at 9 a.m. when we'll hear from the Department of Finance, Office of Economic Development, and Planning Department. Thank you again, prosecutors.